right here, man, that you play when you feeling down on your isn't right. Play this shit right here, resuscitate your pimpin' and get you right back on your mission, right? For you hoes, just that shit you play when you ain't feeling like super hoe today. Play this shit right here and spark up your hoeing and get you right back going, you dig? Dig this. Pimps for real, don't mistake it for fashion. The turf that birthed my reputation for mashing was the track with active, attractive hoes. Professional goers that attract the dough. Like magnets to metal, never settle. We scorching them fag bitches pedal for them portions. My whores win it all. Not the ones on the sideline wishing but didn't ball in the guidelines. My bitches did it all. Down 7 below in the snow for dough. Over 120 in the sun for fun. They mash for hours, hooker baths, not showers. Bright and early, down and dirty for the cash and power. They gotta get the cash, the towers, and reach it all to a pimp. In my position, I'm all but exempt. These bras not wimps, I'm like them renegade bitches. BFFs with tricks but never getting paid riches. Grenade bitches, they dynamite, blowing up on the pimpin' and missing when the time is right. But when they life gets strife, they see pimpin' shining bright, but they action is life without. Bitch, one strike you out. Can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga. See, that's the difference, nigga. The pimpin' mashin' for these riches, nigga. Nothing like you master magician, niggas. Smoking mirrors with your game, hella extras to reflect the opposite appearance of a lame. Bitches coming from y'all, I can't rock with those. Tender-footed and rooted in them doctor shows. Soft shoe rituals, minute residuals. Papers on life support, your loots and critical. Something I learned about when running my earned route and working with turnouts is murdering burnouts. Cause knocking one of you niggas for a scarred bitch, that's knocking one of you niggas for some garbage. I'm heartless regardless, empty with sympathy, but banked up to the max with pimpathy. No remedy for me, I'm like this. My life is vice grip, synced in permanent ink. You can't rewrite this. My blood type is P positive, beautifully deposited with a lot of it. I'm popping this shit, and when I pop it so hard I make a trapping ass bad bitch wanna hoe hard. Can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga. Come on, pimpin', man, pop that shit. Show these sucker niggas they can't stop that shit. Let these hookers know if they wanna cop that shit. Treat the bag like it's hot, bitch, and drop that shit. And to you hoes, if you ever took a loss, bitch, show these bitches how to bounce back like a boss, bitch. Let them know that the best way to floss, bitch, is reach that paper to some pimpin' hoe and toss it. Can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Poppin' pimpin', nigga, can't stop, won't stop. Smashing on these bitches, nigga. Okay, what's happening with y'all, man? I don't know why my camera is like super close on me. I'm trying to figure out how to zoom it back some, so give me just a second. Alright, man, I tried to zoom it back some, but it's not cooperating with a pimp. What's up with y'all, man? Excuse my pimping for the delay. I was trying to get my setup right. It's my first time going live in 2026. You dig? Appreciate y'all for tuning in and tapping in, man. Y'all already know what to do, man. Wipe your feet off at the door when you step into a pimp's domain. Hit that like button. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear me cool. That zoom is zooming. It's showing your big ass forehead. And my do-rag mark. I just took my do-rag off not too long ago. Pimp got the do-rag imprint. You dig? But yeah, man, wipe your feet off at the door while I hydrate my game. Put some love in my body, man. Hope y'all having a good start to your year. Y'all should be able to hear me cool. And if you ain't having the best start to your year, maybe after this live, you might tighten it up. You dig? Let me show y'all the love that I'm pouring in my body to hydrate my game one time. I didn't realize how big this damn glass was. This shit damn near take the whole bottle. At least I ain't got to refill as often as I normally do. But Happy New Year to y'all, even though I'm 10 days late. And cheers to the game. Ah, man. Yes, sir. And before we get too far, Cheap Trick. Good looking with the $10 holla. How's Latin America? Seems once you left, so did all the refugees moonlighting as 304s. Granted, you expanded the empire while they got deported. I'm stuck haggling with the chops as a client. That's funny, man. Latin America is cool, man. It's been a blessing to me. It's been beautiful. You dig? And for those of y'all not aware, man, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. You in the States of Colombia? Nah, I'm back in Colombia, man. I went back to the States for a minute, and I actually came back here on New Year's Day. Actually, when New Year's hit, I was in the air. I was on the airplane when New Year's struck. So I brought in the new year on the airplane. You dig? But yeah. So I got here. I landed on New Year's Day, New Year's Day morning, I should say. And yeah, I went back for the month of December, and I came back. So again, you dig? And but yeah, let me give me just a second. That's one thing I don't like about this spot, man. The Wi-Fi be moving at a snail's pace sometimes. People be trying to do things and Wi-Fi be really moving slow. Okay. Now share. Okay. Now I don't know if it'll let y'all click on that link, but affect me. Trying to. Let me just do it like this. Oops. Damn. Okay, I'll do it like that. So yeah, man, that's the new channel that I just put in the chat. I'd appreciate it if y'all went over there and subscribed to it. Lost in Foreign Land, some of y'all are familiar with it. But I created a new channel. Well, really, I didn't create a new channel. I revamped the channel an old channel that I had already for some years. But I got a channel now where I interview people on the streets. Well, it's not just, it's so far it's been people on the streets, but it's not going to just be people on the streets. It's just anybody who's been deported and got deported back here to Colombia, because this is where I am. But in the future, I'm going to most likely go to different countries and different places and just interview people who've been deported. So, yeah, that's what that link is right there that I just put in the chat. And so far I got like 3 interviews uploaded, and they pretty cool. So I've been interviewing people, you know, who were born here. I got one interview that I still got to edit. A 4th interview from a guy he was born in Venezuela, but grew up in Miami and got deported from Florida back to Venezuela, and then, you know, illegally crossed the border from Venezuela to Colombia, and, you know, now he's homeless in Colombia, in Medellin. So that's so far, you know, the people that I've been interviewing, people that's in the streets that got deported. You know, one of the interviews that I did was a guy that was actually born in the United States, but came here with his mother because she wanted to spend her last days here. And after she passed away, he just got stuck here, you know, got wrapped up in the streets, started doing drugs. Now he homeless out here, all types of stuff. So yeah, it's some cool content on there, man. So if y'all go over there and subscribe, if you have not already, I'd appreciate it. Some of y'all was probably already subscribed to it and got notifications and didn't know it was me. You probably seen the title or the thumbnail and was like, who the hell is this? And why am I getting notifications? How am I subscribed to this channel? I never subscribed to this channel. Yeah, you did. You just subscribed to it when it was a different type of channel created by Freeze. Well, I think I created that shit. I think I created that channel like 5-6 years ago, something like that. But yeah, I appreciate y'all. So, y'all coming through with the love off top. Deshaun Tatamy, good looking with the $2 holla. Blessings to your endeavors, Long Beach. Yes, indeed. 5-6 Deuce. Representing. Appreciate you. Palm, as always, good looking with the $5 holla. 2026, we up. Blessings to Freeze and all the game students, faculty, and staff. Also, I see you tapped in with my day one Northside Ron from Dina. Yeah. Northside Ron. Long live sin. Appreciate you, Palm. But yeah, somebody made a post on Instagram. That's how I discovered that song and the artist. I had never heard of Northside Ron before that. But somebody made a post on Instagram and they had his song playing on the post. So that's what made me go to YouTube and check it out. But yeah, dude is nice, man. He seemed like me though. He seemed like one of them people that, you know, got bars and is talented, but be bullshitting with the music. I ain't afraid to admit that that's, you know, I fall into that category, man. You know, I know that I'm nice with the music, but I've been bullshitting on the music for a very long time. A very long time. Longer to admit. But as I told y'all, I'm back active with the music shit. So anticipate some new heat in 2026 coming from Freeze on the music side. You dig. But I appreciate y'all, man. But yeah, man. It's 2026, man. The year is still young. The year is still fresh. A lot of craziness done kicked off at the beginning of the year, man. Like as soon as the year hits, so just imagine me, right? I land here January 1st. And then the morning of January 3rd, about 48 hours into me being here, I'm hearing that the United States then invaded Venezuela, which is the next country over for me. And, you know, it's a lot of Venezuelans here in Colombia. From what I've heard different numbers, but I've heard that it's like 250,000 Venezuelans or 300,000 Venezuelans that come here a year or something crazy like that. But it's a lot of Venezuelans here in Colombia. So, yeah, that tripped me out, man, to land over here and then see that Trump invaded or the United States invaded Venezuela and, you know, snatched up their president, Maduro, and took him back, extradited him back to the United States to face charges. So that was crazy. And then you got the stuff going on in Minnesota, man. That was a very situation with the young lady who lost her life at the hands of an ICE agent, a United States citizen. Yeah, man, that was, man. You know, I don't like to watch them type of videos, so I haven't watched the video, or at least that part of the video. I've seen different clips of like her going back and forth and her wife going back and forth with the ICE agents, but I didn't watch the actual shooting part. You know, I don't like watching that type of stuff. But yeah, man. And then, you know, also coming into the year in Minnesota, it's been all this news about the fraud with the Somalian community in Minnesota, the child care fraud, home care fraud, you know, all different types of fraud going on, allegedly. So yeah, man, you know, this year done kicked off with a whole bunch of craziness. And then California, you know, they another place that's being accused of committing a whole lot of fraud on the government side, which, you know, that ain't no surprise to me, man. And you know, that's the thing that's being I don't want to say minimized, because they at the same time that they on the Somalian community's head in Minnesota, they put more emphasis on them than the government aspect of it, because the government is the ones who's dishing out the money. But yeah, they've been on their governor's head too, Tim Walz, and it's crazy how as soon as all this stuff hit the fan and it's going viral and everything like that, Tim Walz withdrew from his his campaign from his run for governor. He was, endeavoring to be reelected as the governor, but he withdrew once shit hit the fan with all this news. So yeah, man, it's a lot of crazy stuff going on in the world, in the United States, and abroad. But at the same time, guess what? It's certain essential things that's going to always be in demand in spite of whatever's going on in the world. Food is always going to be in demand in spite of whatever's going on in the world. Shelter is always going to be a necessity in spite of whatever's going on in the world. And on the same token, man, one thing that's always going to be in demand in spite of whatever's going on in the world is a woman's time and a woman's pleasure. You dig? So this game is always going to be relevant and prevalent in this world. I didn't say that in the pandemic, man. The pandemic was something that nobody could have anticipated, right? Except for the people that was behind the scenes puppeteering the whole shit. But us as, regular civilians in the world, we couldn't have anticipated the pandemic. But guess what though? When all the stores and restaurants and hotels and businesses all over the country of the United States and then all over the world, when all that shit shut down, guess what didn't shut down? The Blade. Strip clubs was shut down. So, wasn't no pole dancing going on, wasn't no champagne rooms going on. The hotels were shut down, so it wasn't no in calls going on. You might have had some people probably doing some out calls. I don't really know, but probably not too much of that. Households was being broken up and falling apart. A lot of cats lost their stable because they had a whole bunch of one-trick ponies. Cats that had a stable of strippers lost their stable once the strip club shut down. Cats who had a stable of internet chicks lost their stable once the internet shut down. But the cats that, is all terrain, ready for all situations. Them cats that had them type of people, man, that's gonna go get it wherever, whenever, however a pimp tell them to go get it. Yeah, them type of cats was they was doing all right, man, during the pandemic, man. So, like I said, everything else shut down, but the track was open though. Cross country, it was blades open. And it was tricking going on, and it was 304ing going on. So naturally it was pimping going on. So I say all of that to say, in spite of all the craziness that's going on in the world right now, the game is still alive and thriving, and it's going to keep on going, right? So, and it's a brand new year. Me, myself, a lot of times, or just about all the time, I look at a new year as a fresh start. That's just, how you see is how you're going to be. If you see big, you're going to be big. If you see things one way, then it's going to be that way. And some of y'all probably don't care about the fact that it's a new year. You just see it as another day, another year, whatever, same old shit. But me, like I said, I see New Year's as a fresh start. I've made certain personal commitments to myself that, I keep to myself, but I've been sticking to, and I'm doing good. And, a lot of y'all need to make a commitment to the game or make an exit up from the game. You dig? Because I anticipate that even within all this craziness going on, it's going to be some good times, man, within this game. It's going to be some good opportunities made available to people in the game. But just like it always is, and just like it's been within the past 10 years, because within the past 10 years, the game has changed drastically because the world has changed drastically. And within these past 10 years, in spite of these changes, the opportunity, the abundance of opportunity, the abundance of potential and potential in the game has been through the roof. But the majority of people do not maximize on the opportunities available to them in this game. And a big part of the reason why is because, people don't win the game like that. They just want some money. So because all they want is some money, they not spiritually connected to the game. They not spiritually in tune with the game. And because they not spiritually in tune with the game, their belief in the game and their outlook on the game is weak. They can't see the game for what it is. They can't see the potential of the game. They can't see the real power of the game. I see that the connection is acting up a little bit, man. So if it is, then it looked like it's fixing itself though. It's not staying frozen up. But if it does stay frozen up, y'all already know to close the video and then restart the video, and it'll pick up where it left off, and you'll be all good. Excuse my pimping on that part. I don't know if it's my connection or if it's YouTube, but nonetheless, we gonna keep this shit rocking. But yeah, man, the opportunities in the game have been great, and I believe that they're only going to get greater. The world is going to get crazy. There's going to be a lot of crazy shit going on. I'm anticipating that for sure. So, but in spite of that, I believe the opportunities in the game are going to be great, and like I said, people's belief in the game is real weak, man. And it's crazy because it's several things taking place within the game all at one time, right? That all of these things don't really go together, and they shouldn't go together, right? So at the same time that the potential in the game is greater than it's ever been, and it's only getting greater, people in the game's belief in the game is weaker than it's ever been. And at the same time, the cost of living is higher than it's ever been, which is crazy. It's all at the same time. People's belief in the game is weaker than it's ever been. The potential in the game is greater than it's ever been. And the cost of living is higher than it's ever been. Right? So, the way that it should be is people's belief in the game is stronger than it's ever been because the potential in the game is greater than it's ever been. So in spite of the cost of living being higher than it's ever been, it shouldn't really affect people in the game too hard because, people in the game should be doing so well that, the cost of living shouldn't really sting them like that, like it does most people, right? Because the sky is the limit with this game, man. And see, like I say, the cost of living it's ever been, man, especially in places like California, but really the entire United States, man. The entire United States, the cost of living is higher than it's ever been. I don't know the exact numbers. I don't really lean on statistics like that because statistics can be and are often manipulated, for whoever's benefit or to whoever's liking, would to satisfy their agenda or whatever it is. So I don't really lean on statistics like that, right? Some statistics you could probably rely on, but a lot of statistics be, fucked up. People be, manipulating that shit. But if you live in America, you see it and you feel it. You know a whole lot of people in your family or in your neighborhood or just around you at your job. People are struggling. It's extremely tough nowadays to stay afloat in America for a lot of people, right? And I think the struggle amongst Americans is greater than it's ever been because, again, the cost of living is higher than it's ever been. But the struggle is like ridiculous. It's almost like it's another Great Depression approaching, and a lot of people been predicting for a couple years now that it's going to be another recession like 2008. And I could see that coming for sure. You dig? But at the same time, like I've said before, and it's still going on. See, what's happening is, and this ain't news to a lot of you, but what's happening, the middle class is pretty much gone. It's you either rich or you poor. You either doing very well or you struggling. It ain't really no middle class in America no more. Them days is over with, right? You know, if there is a middle class, it's probably like 0.000005% of Americans that fall into the middle class. You know, it's a very small percentage of people. Most people, man, is struggling. So, it's just ridiculous, man. That's one thing I appreciate about just being here in Colombia, because the living is so easy, man. You know, in the United States, you just got so much red tape with everything, and the red tape is only increasing. So not only are things expensive, but the bureaucracy to be able to do certain things is just stupid. It's just ridiculous. You know what I mean? To qualify for things, there's just so much red tape. You know, cash ain't king no more in America. We used to say back in the days that cash is king, meaning if you got the cash to do certain things, you can do whatever you want. Them days is long gone. You can have all the cash in the world, but if you don't qualify in this way, that way, or the third, you can't do it. And if you try to do it, them alphabet boys is going to be on your helmet. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you know, America is just a big mess in a lot of ways. But at the same time, it's still America. So, you know, it's still some beauty to it in a lot of ways as well. And, you know, again, just like I've said before, there are more millionaires and billionaires than there have ever been. So that means there's people out there with money, you know. And so what needs to be understood, man, to tap into the potential in the game is, you know, understanding your target market. You know, a lot of people in the game is targeting low hanging fruit. A lot of people in the targeting the wrong market. You got the 304s targeting the wrong tricks, and then on the same token, you got pimping targeting the wrong 304s, the wrong females, you know, for the game. And like I said, the spirit in a lot of people is weak in the game. And this is why people target the wrong people in the game, as far as like who to align themselves with and who to be down with, you know. So all of that ties into why the potential of the game is not being tapped into, you know. Let me hydrate my game one more again. But yeah, and see, I see Father Wadon says, I blame the YNs. See, you gotta go to the root of the problem. The YNs is just the fruit of the problem. The YNs are a result. They not the cause. They the effect. They not the cause, right? The cause is, you know, okay, why you gotta ask yourself, why are the YNs the way that they are? You know, the yimps. I hate that word. I don't even, you know, that word ain't even really in my vocabulary, but for the sake of relativity to certain, you know, I use that word. But the yimps, the YNs, I don't even really use the YN terminology either, but again, for the sake of relativity, I use it. But how did they get the way that they are? Why are they the way that they are? You know, it's a generational thing. And when people of a certain generation predominantly are a certain type of way, you got to ask yourself, why is that? Right? And so if you go down to the root of the problem, what are their influences? What influences them to be that way? Because we all are products of our influences, right? From the time we are born, as we grow up, we are products of our influences. The things that influence us shape and mold us into being who we end up being, right? So what are these YNs being influenced by? What is influencing them to be the way that they are, right? Of course, obviously a big influence, media, be it social media or television program TV shows and all that type of stuff, the music, all of that. Just think about the influences that they have that generations prior to didn't have, right? If you think about it, like a lot of movies, reality TV shows, uh, just so much stuff, right? So many programs have weak men and overtly dominant women within these, or overtly dominant females, I should say, in a lot of these programs, man. So just imagine a little boy growing up. He's raised on love and hip hop. He's raised on basketball wives and all this type of shit. His mama is watching this shit as he's growing up. And now he's a young man because we have a generation of people now who were raised on reality TV. We have a generation of young men who were raised on love and hip hop, basketball wives, and all these other reality TV shows. And a lot of these young men who were raised on those programs didn't have a male figure in their lives as they was growing up. Sitting there with their mama watching this shit, their mama is in agreement with all of this nonsense that's being put in their face. And, it's encouraging, or it's promoting, weak men and overtly dominant women, right? So at the same time, it's not a lot of programs out there that's encouraging masculinity. It's not a lot of programs out there that are encouraging. Well, I'll say those aren't the highly promoted, heavily promoted influences. There's not a lot of heavily promoted influences to young men that encourage them to be intelligent, to have a strong mind. It's not a lot of programs encouraging them to be men. But there are a lot of influences out there encouraging them to be stupid and encouraging them to be weak. The majority of influences out there, again, whether it's social media, television, music, whatever. If you check out the music is encouraging everybody to be dope fiends and simps and suckers. You know what I mean? And depressed and weak and sitting in the dark by themselves playing video games. The video games is crazy. It was something, damn, I can't remember what it was, man. But somebody was telling me something the other day. I was having a conversation with somebody, and they mentioned GTA, and they was like, yeah, remember back when GTA came with the feature where you could do this, that, and the third? And I was like, damn, I didn't even know you could do that. And I can't remember what it was, but it was some wild shit. And I just thought about the fact that kids play that game. Children play GTA all the time. And man, I wish I could remember what this feature was that this person was telling me. But it was some wild shit that a kid ain't got no business seeing or being able to interact with. Right? So, it's a whole bunch of shit out there, man, that scripts the YNs to be the way that they are. And you got to think about it. These YNs, they didn't ask for this. I'm going to stop. I don't even like using that YN terminology. I'm going to just say the young men. These young men, they didn't ask for this shit. They didn't ask for, a bunch of fucked up influences via social media, music, video games, television, just all media across the whole media. They didn't ask for that. They were born into this shit, and this shit was put in their face. They don't know anything else, And by the time they learn something else, they're so indoctrinated into the way that they are, they're not inclined to, do anything else or try to be any other way. Right? So this is why I got to get on here and kick this shit, man, because, it's a lot of charlatans out there, as y'all know. It's a lot of people that act like they got game, but don't have no game. And then it's a lot of people that went to Temu and got their game off of Temu, but they didn't get their game off the concrete. They didn't get their game off experience. You know what I mean? So you got a lot of these dudes that went and bought a Temu game starter kit and, studied the shit, and now they game experts, gurus and wizards and all this type of shit, and now they on the internet popping it like they just, like they one of them ones, but they not, man. So this is why guys like myself got to get on here and kick this shit, man, because y'all already know, man, Freeze ain't got no Temu game. You know what I mean? I got mine through blood, sweat, tears, and years of being down with this shit, man. So, but I'm only one person though, so I can't influence everybody to be, better. But if I influence some, then it is what it is. And I still got to, because it's very necessary. Yeah, man. So, like I said, man, the potential is greater than it's ever been. And like I said again, the spirit of game is either weak on life support or non-existent in a lot of people that's in the game. I'll be looking at social media, man, and seeing people that's supposedly in the game saying certain things, and it's just ridiculous, man. Let me share a few thoughts with y'all on some of the things that I done seen recently on social media from supposed participants in the game, right? And, a lot of this stuff stems, like I said, we got to look at the root of shit. And to be real, it's crazy because it's some young dudes in the game that I like, right? It's some young dudes in the game that's fly. They seem real smooth and sharp and things like that. But I got to be real, though. Like we say all the time, your 304s, your students or what have you, they gonna be a reflection of you, who they dealing with, right? Now, as I've also said before, a lot of times you got 304s that's down with somebody and they not a reflection of them. They're a reflection of their strongest influences. And sometimes their strongest influence is their mama. Sometimes their strongest influence is they HPs, renegades, and all this type of stuff, right? But one way or another, they're a reflection of some shit that's not the game, because they all got the same thing in common. The spirit of the game is weak in them. The spirit of the game is on life support, and ain't none of them playing the game accordingly as a result, right? But so that's the root of a lot of this shit, right? The wrong type of influences. But man, I seen a post the other day. This young lady made a video, and she was talking about if she goes to do a date with a trick and she brings her HP, which for those of y'all who don't know what an HP is, it's a 304 partner. But this chick said if she goes to do a date with a trick and she brings her HP, that he better pay her. He better pay the HP as well as her. Like, demanding it. I don't want to hear that. Oh, I only want to see you, or oh, I only got enough for you. No, pay my bitch too. This is what she's saying. And the HP terminology has always been crazy to me, right? Because you're only supposed HP should be your wifey. You know, if you really in the game for real and you messing with some real ism, your HP should be your wifey's. Right? You shouldn't have no HPs outside of your household. Y'all done heard me talk about all the potential nonsense that comes from chicks being HPs with chicks outside their household. You done heard Sinful speak about it. You've heard a lot about this shit, right? But, you know, we're going to touch on some of it again, though. And, you know, just the problem with the HP thing, right? You know, by y'all not being on one accord as far as the instructions that you under or lack thereof, you know, it's a recipe for disaster, right? So, you know, real 304s just getting mashed on by some real ism, you know, they believe what the pimpin' believe. So pimpin' don't believe in 304s, HPs. So 304s is messing with some pimpin' don't believe in HPs. Now, of course, you could be cordial with other 304s when you down and around rubbing elbows and things like that. You know, y'all could put each other up on game if something is going on in the environment to be aware of. You know, you're supposed to do that. That's part of why y'all are in the game around each other together, right? But as far as being HPs, doing dates with each other or together, going on 2-girl dates with tricks and shit, or, you know, y'all basically like doing dates together, hell no. You know, all that smoking and drinking together and all that type of shit, hell no. Man, it'd be some crazy stuff going on. You even be having 304s borrowing money from other 304s. How you in the game? How are you active in the game as a female and you gotta borrow money from another participant in the game? That shit is crazy. And what's even crazier is that you have 304s that be having folks. Now, renegades, I can see that. I can see renegades borrowing money from each other because they scrambling, they crabs in the barrel, they trying to survive. They ain't got no game, you know, and even if they do got some game, they ain't got no guidance. That's one thing for sure. You might have a little grain of rice worth of game, but they for sure don't have no guidance. Right? So I can see them, you know, doing stupid shit like that. But chicks that got folks, you got somebody who's giving you instructions on a daily basis and you're borrowing money from another participant in the game, that is crazy. I don't even get that. That's just as crazy as a pimp who got 304s asking for a jug. All of that shit is crazy. But you got a lot of that shit going on too. And, you know, be a lot of cats that got, you know, they ain't got no instructions for a broad, or they ain't got no game for a broad, or they ain't got no backbone to mash on a broad and keep her down and get it up out of her. And they, you know, don't instill the right type of outlook of the game in these broads. So one way or another, that's why you be having dudes that, again, have 304s but be asking for jugs or accepting a jug. Even if I got 304s, man, or a 304, I'm not accepting no jug. I'm not asking for no jug. I'm going to get it out the bitch. Period. You know, and if I can't get it out of her, then I just ain't going to be around her. We ain't going to have nothing to do with each other. But yeah, man, that shit right there was crazy to me, man. You know, this young lady on this post, like I said, telling the tricks that if she brings her HP along with her on a date, that the trick better pay her HP as well. And see, you know, it's just so much wrong with that. This is another aspect of it too. Like I said, you know, 304s is really messing with some ism, don't have HPs. They got wifeys, right? But as along on top of that, right? Why are you, you know, carrying this dead weight in the form of a broad with a twat around with you? Because if you got a bring her to a date that you already got lined up for yourself. You got some money locked in for yourself, and you bringing this chick along and trying to squeeze water from a rock for her to have something. Obviously, she can't hold her own weight. Obviously, it's slow for her for a reason. She ain't got no game. She ain't got no guidance. She don't know what she doing. She really ain't got no place in this game. She really need to go fill out a Walmart application. She really need to be the chick that the next time I walk into Walmart, she waving at me saying, "Welcome to Walmart." That's who she really need to be. And you dragging her around in this game. And 9 times out of 10, just looking at it from the perspective of the chick who's tagging along, if she subjects herself to that, she really don't even want to be in the game. Like, where's your pride in your 304ing? For you to allow a chick, you probably was complaining to her like, damn, it's slow. I ain't caught a date in 2 days. I ain't caught a date in 3 days. You know what I mean? It got to be super slow for her to resort to that. And her girl like, come on, bitch. You coming with me. I'm finna make this trick pay both of us. And you letting her drag you to this date, and she's begging the trick or trying to demand the trick or like being aggressive with the trick, whatever it is, it ain't no finesse, it ain't no game, it ain't no smoothness involved, trying to basically force this trick to pay you. As a 304, you should be ashamed of yourself to subject yourself to something like that. That's crazy. A real 304, again, not only is she not going to have an HP, but she's not going to be carrying around no dead weight like that. That's going to slow her down. You dig? It's crazy, man. But again, all of this is the results of a lack of pimping going on. And the crazy part about it, both of them chicks in that scenario probably have dudes that they call their folks. There's supposed to be some pimping, but it obviously ain't no pimping going on. These dudes just be monkeys with pockets, like I've said before. They just monkeys with pockets, man. No game for a broad, no guidance for a broad, no instructions for a broad. They letting her do whatever she want to do. They letting her run the show. You already know if the broad is running the show, then it's only a matter of time before everybody crash and burn. You know what I mean? Before everybody Thelma and Louise they self off the cliff, you dig? Yeah, with the broad running the show, that's what's gonna happen, man. Thelma and Louise, man. Yeah, man. That was crazy. And then it was another. Oh yeah, it was another post that I seen, right, where a question was posed, right, and this is kind of an innocent question because it's a lot of people that believe one way and the other when it comes to this, right? But a question was posed, and the question was, which is better? For the 304 to knock other 304s and bring them home, or for the ism to knock the 304s and bring them home, right? And like I said, especially considering the current climate of the game, I guess that's a fair question to ask, but I was really tripping off of some of the answers that's supposed to be pimping was given to this question. And historically you've had different cats that like things different ways, man, but I'm gonna just tell you my take on it, right? We have a saying in the game, if they come together they leaving together, right? And I've experienced this myself several times where they come together and they leave together. I've experienced it several times, but it almost always happens that way. And I've seen it happen with others. Or if it's a girlfriend type of broad, bringing a chick home, she's gonna be the same reason that chick leave. Just like she was the reason that she came, she gonna be the reason that she leave, right? Because you got households like that too, where you got a girlfriend chick, that's supposedly the bottom, but she really a girlfriend, and you know everybody in the game who done been around long enough, man. If you done been in the game for some years, you either have a household like this, if you be honest with yourself, or you done seen people in the game with this type of household, right? But you got a chick, this the main chick with her folks, and she always bringing chicks home, but they don't never last. She done brought home 100 wifeys in the past few years, but the longest any of them done lasted was like maybe 60 days, right? For that. See, that's why I said I was shocked to see the answers that are supposed to be pimping. Now the young 304s asking a question like that because they lack the experience of a veteran 304, and they definitely lack the experience and the wisdom of the pimping. So I wouldn't expect them to see things and answer the way that the pimping would see things and answer. But a lot of these dudes was tripping me out with their answers. But that's usually how that go, man. Like I said, I've seen a lot of households in the game where you got the one main chick, and she's the only one that's been down with this guy for years. And she's steadily bringing 304s home all the time, but they don't never last, right? Now, on the other hand, when a pimp go out and hunt for himself, you know what I mean? He's stunting and hunting for what he wanting, not what the bitch wanting. Yeah, man, it usually goes better when the pimping do it that way. Me, myself, I don't really like chicks bringing chicks home. I'm trying to think. If I sit and think about it, I probably could think of a situation where it went well, but the majority of the time it don't go right. It don't last long. A chick bringing a chick home. Now when the pimping bring, like I said, he go out and hunt for himself, and he bringing the broad home himself. It usually go better like that, man. Because the pimping is the leader of the household. So the pimping, knows what is supposed to be there and what's not supposed to be there, right? That's first of all. Second of all, the scrutiny that's going to come from the pimping is not going to be the same scrutiny that come from the broad. The broad, she's going to want to bring a chick home for different reasons than what the pimping is going to want to bring a chick home. She going to go based on how she feel. She feel like this chick is cool. Or she might go based on how she look. Oh, she's pretty. She's cool. Or she might not be able to identify certain things in the broad that the pimping might identify right away. You dig? Or she might overlook or undermine the fact that this broad, got certain bad habits. She irresponsible. She got drug habits. She an alcoholic. You know what I mean? All these different things that a broad might overlook because she, it might be a situation where the broad that she bringing home, she might got a reputation for getting some good money. But she got a lot of bullshit habits though. She just caused a lot of, nonsense. She caused a lot of drama wherever she go. And pimping don't want that. You take your money and go give it to somebody else along with them problems. Pimping don't want them problems. Pimping understand all money ain't good money, but the broad might not look at it that way. You dig? So the pimping is gonna have a different type of criteria than the broad. So like again, me myself, I don't like broads bringing broads home. I really ain't with that. I've had a lot of broads attempt to do that. Now what could happen is, I've had a lot of that happen before where a broad might try to bring somebody home, but usually in my program, they know that I'm going to have to have the final look and the final say so of what goes down. A lot of cats just let a broad, as long as she got some money, bring a broad home. But nah, me, I've had situations where a chick like, hey, I got this girl, she interested in choosing wooty wooty woo. Okay, let me talk to her, you know, and I might talk to her. And in most cases, when I talk to them, it's not what I'm looking for. It's not what I want. So that's why it usually don't go right. And then not just that, but see, again, the broad is not going to have the same level of scrutiny as the pimping. So the broad ain't going to try to find out this broad's history. She might have told on 5 different pimps. And, she bringing the broad home. And a lot of times this is, man, I know so many pimps who done got locked up and still locked up right now, or they did a lot of years out of their life that they shouldn't have and didn't have to do because they let they girlfriend of theirs, this main chick of theirs, just, bring whoever she want to bring home. Right? She just got a green light to just bring home bras whenever she want to or whenever she got the opportunity to. And she ain't doing no background on these bras. She don't know who she bringing home. She bringing home all kind of stray cats and shit that, got rabies and all type of shit. And she don't even know because she don't care. She just like, here go another cat that I just brought home. But this cat is out they rabbit ass mind. And, like I said, man, it's so many cats, man, that I know that's locked up, man, or been locked up and lost years out of their life because they brought some broad home who had the right amount of money and the right look and, the right personality to charm and disarm her, and then she bring her home and she hand the money over to the pimping. And, pimping, a lot of times when pimping see that money, they forget about everything else. They don't think about, damn, let me figure out who this chick is. Let me see if this chick is cool. Let me see if, if she's, potentially a threat to the household or anything like that. I know a lot of times, man, this happens too. Chicks bring a chick home and this chick is a setup artist. She coming home with some money, all the shit, just to surveil the place, figure out as much as she can, and give intel to the goons. And then next thing you know, the goons is coming in, kicking your dough in with guns in your face and all types of shit. I done seen that happen. You know what I mean? And a lot of times, this is the results of broads bringing broads home. You don't know what she bringing through the door, right? But the pimping, like I said, the pimping gonna have the wisdom and the concern, a serious concern for not only his safety, but the safety of everybody in the household, the well-being of everybody in the household. That's why pimping ain't just bringing any old body home. No. So, hold on, let me, it done been several supers that came through. Let me shout y'all out, Ryan Quank. Cheap Trick, good looking with the $5 holler once again. Venezuelans are tethers to Latinos like non-FBAs are to FBA. They be getting deported but still kiss Trump's ass and think U.S. is there to them. Nah, man, see, I ain't gonna get too deep into it, right? But as far as the Venezuela situation, a lot of Americans have a problem with it because they're looking at it from the Americans' perspective and they're not looking at it from the Venezuelans' perspective. Like, them people have went through it for almost 30 years. It's been almost 30 years. It's been 27 years of terror, famine, starvation, hyperinflation, like uh random killings. Like it's man, like man. Why you think it's so many displaced Venezuelans all over? Like here in Colombia, man, it's millions of Venezuelans here. Their country is right there. It's millions of It ain't millions of Colombians in Venezuela, but it's millions of Venezuelans in Colombia. Why you think that is? That ain't just because Colombia is just so great. No, because back in the day, it was a lot of Colombians migrating to Venezuela back when the oil was booming and the country was thriving. Shit, it was a lot of Colombians going over there. But now, you know what I mean? You have a whole bunch of Venezuelans, not just in Colombia, but in the United States, in Europe, other parts of Latin America. They all over the place. You know what I mean? Because their country been fucked up for so long. So now that they've uprooted the main problem of the terror and all the nonsense going on, which is Maduro, you know, if you look at it from a Venezuelan's perspective, you know, they feel like they got some hope now, right? So it's not so much that they kissing Trump's ass just because Trump is Trump. Shit, anybody could have did that shit. You know what I mean? Shit, Action Jackson could have came through there. You know what I mean? Superman could have came through there. Anybody could have came through there. You know what I mean? Dolomite could have came through and snatched Maduro up. They would have been kissing Dolomite's ass. They'd have been cheering for Dolomite. You know what I mean? Rest in peace to Rudy Ray Moore. Anybody could have came through there. You know what I mean? Pat Riley could have came through there and snatched him up. You know what I mean? Anybody could have came through. They would have been cheering for that individual, man, because they not so much looking at the fact that came through and did that. They looking at the fact that, hey, Maduro is gone now. So now we got some hope. Even though it's still fucked up over there, it's still, you know, treachery going on and all that type of stuff. You know what I mean? They doing all kind of crazy stuff right now. Y'all see that shit in the news. They searching people's phones, seeing if they sharing the wrong shit and celebrating or anything like that. Man, it's scary out there still. But yeah, that's why they praising Trump. It's not so much because they love Trump so much. It's because Trump just so happened to be the individual that put an end to Maduro's reign. That's what that is. But good looking though. Brother Bill, as always, good looking with the $2 holla. Appreciate you, man. Glory to God for this game. Long live Philip Brandon Gilmore. Happy New Year. Appreciate you, man. Happy New Year to you too. You dig? Team O Bookings, good looking with the $5 holla. Bless, just seeing you was on, but I'm out and about and can't hear. Can you post the consultation link? Yeah, I got you, Team O. And FYI, even for after this live is over with, Team O, you might have left already because, like you said, you out and about and you can't hear. But I'm going to post a link for the consultation, but for those of you that want to, book a consultation later on, whatever the case may be, the link is in my about section of my of the channel. If you go to the about section of the channel, you'll see all my social media links, all my music links. And among those links, you'll see my consultation link. I'm going to post it right here for y'all. Bam, bam. Okay. So that's the link to the right there. Let me pin that joint. Okay, so if you want to book a consultation, the link is right there. Good looking. Cheap Tricks. Once again, good looking with the $2 holla. Word to Boosie, what if they dyking? Them is the ones that I ain't liking, you dig? Good looking. Oh, Team Oakbrook. Oh, okay. This is Clean. Clean, what's up with it, man? I didn't know that was you. I don't know if you changed your name or if you got a new profile, but yeah, good looking. I didn't realize that was you. Hey man, Miyagi 901, what's going on with you, man? Hope you been good, man. Blessings, Pete. Blessings to you as well, man. Appreciate you tapping in and tuning in with this game, man. You know we all we got, man. We all we got, you dig? But I appreciate you. Yeah, let me hydrate my game one more again. But yeah, man. I say all that to say, you could be the type of guy if you want to let bras bring bras home. But if you think about it, if you one of them type of dudes, or you know other guys like that, if you be honest about it, most of them chicks that get brought home by your game don't stick around very long. Right? So it usually don't go well. It usually don't be worth it. And then, like I said, the potential for things to go wrong or for something terribly wrong, bad to happen is just real high. It's too high and too much of a risk for somebody like myself, man. So I ain't with it. Cheap Tricks, good looking again with the $2 holla. No Dykes, why? They got the inside scoop. Nah, man, I want to be the primary reason, the top primary strongest reason why the chick is there, right? And when them chicks be having little love affairs with each other, some people be into that type of shit. Some dudes like having, chicks that like other chicks and all that type of shit. Me, myself, that ain't really my thing, man. Because when they get to licking on each other and all that type of stuff, they get emotional about each other. They might want to run off together or, it might end bad with them before they leave. It's going to end bad with them either way it go. They might run off together and then shortly after they run off together, they split up, they get into it and go their separate ways. See, I'm telling you from the wisdom of this game. I know these things from experience. These ain't things that I theoretically thought about and theoretically this shit sound good, so I'm telling it to you. No. Or somebody else told me this shit or showed me this shit. No, I'm telling you from experience, things that I've either experienced myself or I've seen a lot of people in the game go through. Right? So this is coming from a place of wisdom, not a place of emotion, not a place of, I got something against lesbians and all this type of shit. No, it ain't got nothing to do with none of that. It's the wisdom of the game. And the wisdom of the game says that shit is contrary to the game. It don't go with the game. Bras that like other bras and all that type of shit, that shit just don't go with the game, man. Like I said, they're gonna run off together and they gonna get into it and part ways shortly. If they run off together, they not even gonna last a week with each other. They gonna get into it within a matter of days and they gonna part ways from each other. And it'll just be, a lot of times you got situations like, man, you might have you a good 304, man, down on your team, man. You might have a real good 304. And then you knock a broad that like other broads and you bring her home or she bring the broad home. Either way it go, you end up with this new chick in your household and she like your broad. And then she start working on your broad and next thing you know, they licking on each other and all this type of shit. And, they might want you to get involved, but then again, they might not want you to get involved. You know what I mean? But they got their thing going on, and next thing you know, they running off together, and then shortly after they run off together, it falls apart, or get into it before they run off together, and both of them leave the household. I done seen that happen. You know, a dyke chick come into the household and just ruin everything that you got going on with this chick that been down for you, that been really, you know, socking it to you and doing everything she's supposed to do. You got a chick come in, you know, they start licking on each other, they get emotional about each other, you know what I mean? They start getting jealous over little stupid shit or whatever it is, you know, they females. You know what I mean? So shit go bad one way or another, and you know, it just, you know, that ain't, I ain't into that. You know what I mean? That, you know, I know a lot of dudes is into that type of shit. Now for a square, I can understand. If you a square dude and you know you got two chicks that like licking on each other and y'all, you know, y'all got the polygamy thing going on or whatever it is, I could see that. But as far as this game though, it don't go with this game. That shit don't go with the game. You dig? I'm probably one of the few people that's gonna tell you that, but it's the real. Reading these comments. James G says lesbians got my D sucked by at the train station by I don't know if you're saying you got that from a lesbian at the train station. I don't know. A woman can only follow one leader. Yeah, man. You know, and that's, I don't know, man. Like I said, man, that shit don't go with the game. I ain't never seen it work. Maybe it has with people, but if it does, it ain't. It, you know, the pimping ain't got his pedal to the metal. The pimping ain't really mashing like he supposed to be. If that shit sustains, if the pimping got two lesbians or a few lesbians and they all licking on each other and all that type of shit, and it just keeps going, it's something that he's supposed to be doing that he's, and that's mashing. When you mashing, man, ain't no room for none of that type of shit. And like I said, I'm telling you from experience. I've experienced the shit, and I've more so than what I've experienced, I've seen it not work so many times in so many different people's households. Yeah, man, and then you know that can be is detrimental as, you know, overindulgence in the bedroom with the pimping and, you know, his young ladies and shit like that, right? You know, that's why you got to have control of yourself, you know, as far as intimacy goes as the pimping, you know, because when you get to doing, when you get to overindulging in that, when you get to overusing the ladies, man, you know, it just, of course, don't get me twisted now. That's gonna go on. The pimping gonna have fun with his peoples, right? But you don't want that to be, like I've said before many a times, you don't want that to be the main part of your bond with any of your ladies. You don't want that to be the main connection between y'all. You want this game to be the main connection between y'all. Because when you allow that to be the main connection, it's a recipe for disaster. You know, and this is on some heterosexual shit. So with that type of shit right there, you know, next thing you know, every chance they get, they gonna be licking on each other to the point where they ain't even handling their responsibilities. It's already like the pimping is up against so much. You don't want to add to your plate of things that you're up against. And that's adding to the plate of things that you up against. You allow that to go on in your household, man. You gotta, man, it's so much shit. When you really pimping, you have the task of social media working against you because it's so many pages that supposedly represent the game that post a whole bunch of bullshit, that put a whole bunch of bullshit in these bras' minds. As the pimping, you gotta combat that. You gotta instill in the broad about being in pocket, because out of pocketness is at an all-time high. These bras don't even have a concept of what being in pocket and out of pocket is. They just, the pimping is just up against so much. It's like being a father, man, when you send your child outside into the world, whether they going to play in the neighborhood or they going to school, or all that type of stuff. It's so many influences that can steer them down the wrong. It's the same thing with the game, man. When you send them ladies outside, there's so many influences out there that can steer them down the wrong path. And if you're not pimping accordingly, it happens easily. Like a pimp's job is never done. And man, it's just so much shit that you up against. You gotta, when she go outside, you gotta make sure that she's strong-willed when she's faced with the temptation of indulging in drugs and alcohol and shit like that, man. Because when she outside and the pimping can't be, pimping ain't setting up a taco stand and all that, and babysitting her. You sending them with instructions, and you have to instill in them the right type of mindset when it comes to this game. Because if they weak, if you ain't pimping accordingly and they go out there weak, then they subject to fall into a lot of nonsense because of all these different influences. The trick is trying to get them high. Other bitches is out there trying to get them high and get them hooked on different drugs and shit like that. Misery loves company. It's a lot of misery out there. So as the pimping, you got to combat all of this shit. It's just so much. And on top of all of that and a whole bunch of other things that I haven't mentioned, you going to allow lesbianism in your household? Nah, man. Pimping trying to make things as smooth as possible. Pimping ain't trying to add, bumps and potholes and rigid shit we ain't trying to add that to the mix. So yeah, man. Pimping wants shit to be smooth, man. And you gotta pimp accordingly, man, because man, there's a lot of craziness going on out there, man. Three old foes happy to do it for the 40. Do a 40 the right P. Yeah, unfortunately, it's a lot of that shit going on, man. I hate to say it. Cheap Tricks, good looking once again with the $5 holla. If you catch a student watching her praising messy voices like Selena Powell or Blue Jasmine, is that a red flag? Do you cut them loose? It can be. It depends on how far gone into that rabbit hole she may be. She may be tuned in to that type of nonsense, but it might be a situation where she's not, so indoctrinated with the bullshit that, she's at the point of no return. It could be a situation where she's just curious about what those types of people have to say or how they see things. And, she might be curious about them because it appears like they have success and things like that. But, it's up to the pimping to determine how far gone she may be or not. And if she's not too far gone, then you can get her to look at things a better way and, instill the right type of outlook on her, instill the right type of game in her, so that she looks at things the way that she's supposed to look at things and not with that nonsense the way that they looking at shit, Like I said, the pimping is up against so much. That's another thing that the pimping is up against. People like that. Females out there that appear to be successful. But you know, Blue Jasmine is just a bird brain, and you know, she's very easy on the eyes. She's nice to look at for sure. But man, I seen that chick digging her nose on No Jumper. I don't give a damn what nobody say, man. That chick dug in her nose on No Jumper, a platform with millions of subscribers. And then on top of that, you know, if you go back and watch her interviews with Sharp and pay attention, her outlook on the game is very small. The endeavors that she has, the things that she seeks after is very small. Oh, and then that book. That book is so damn stupid that she came out with. Boy, I'm glad that shit didn't take off because that shit was stupid. And but yeah, she's not really successful like that. If she had a little bit more potency as far as the intellect when it comes to the mind, she might have some potential, man. But Blue Jasmine is one of them chicks, man. Me myself, I already know I couldn't deal with nobody like it's just something about people that are just extremely stupid. I don't have the patience to deal with people like that. And I can be very patient. I can have a great deal of patience where it's warranted. But people like her, I just don't have the patience. Like, you know how when you say certain things to people and they just do not comprehend, you can say some very simple shit to somebody and they just don't comprehend at all. They just don't get it. And they outlook on life is just so twisted that they turn it into something completely different than what it yeah, I couldn't deal with nobody like her. And then Selena Powell, you know, she's just a slut that's smart enough to capitalize on situations with entertainers and celebrities. She's just smart, but see, Selena Powell, she like to drink for sure. Cause y'all seen when I reviewed her podcast episode with Goldie, the bitch was like sloppy drunk, acting a fool. So that's gonna play against her. And then, you know, I wouldn't be surprised, I don't know for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if she, you know, got some substance abuse problems. I'm pretty sure she do, because most young chicks that fall in her category like that and got some kind of substance abuse problem. So I wouldn't be surprised by that. So, yeah. And that's what a lot of chicks don't understand. And that's what I would instill in a young chick that might be curious about somebody like her. You know, it don't matter what type of opportunity. She's a prime example. Like, she done had so many opportunities to do certain things, but she's really a bum. She done rubbed elbows with so many cats, man, that if she had some game, Selena Powell's supposed to be rich as hell right now. But she's a bum. She probably got like a few little dollars, but she ain't got going on if she was fucking with some pimping and you know, fully surrendered herself to some real game and was getting sent with some you know, excellent instructions. Oh man, Selena Powell, she supposed to be rich as hell. Well, her and whatever folks that she was messing with, hypothetically, if she had some folks, man, they would be extremely on. Because one thing we know is that she knows how to get up and around the right people. She just don't have the game and the guidance and the instructions to maximize these opportunities to the fullest potential. Because, you know, she ain't messing with no ism, right? She be having the looks. She be getting some good looks. She know how to get up and around the right people, that's for sure. And she know how to make them like her. She got something about her. She know how to charm and disarm them. I don't know what it is. You know, I can't see it at all, but she got it for sure. As far as like getting in front of the right people, she know how to do that. I can't take that from her, no matter how reckless and stupid and all things bad she is, she know how to get up and around the right people. That's for sure. She just don't know what to do when she get in front of them people, and that's why she not balling out of control like she could be and should be. Again, like I said, she probably got a few little dollars, and if she ain't got a few little dollars, she know how to go get a few little dollars. You know, but she ain't balling like she could be and should be. J.E. Double says the game is dead. Unfortunately to say, but it's true. Nah, see, the game ain't dead. The game is never dead. Game is energy. That's like saying energy is dead, and energy doesn't die. You know, energy just transfers from one form to another, but it doesn't die. And the game is energy. The game ain't dead. The participants in the game just may not appreciate the game for what it is and therefore utilize the game and participate in the game the way that they should. But the game ain't dead. It's just the participants in the game don't appreciate it the way that they should. Or I say the majority, because you always gonna have some participants in the game that appreciate it, thrive, and make the best of the game that they supposed to. But the game ain't dead. The game ain't never dead. And see, that's the problem with the game right now. That's a prime example of people not being spiritually in tune with the game. Everybody else in the game around you, everybody from as far as you can see, reach, touch, hear, everybody within all of your senses might be failing in the game. If you are spiritually in tune with the game, then you will be successful. It's just that simple. Timo Bookings, once again, good looking with the $5 holler. Tried to book, don't have Cash App. I sent DM on IG. Got Cash App. Okay, damn, I forgot about that. That PayPal is the only way that you can book the session. Hold up. Damn. Oh, here we go. Which Clean, which Instagram did you message me on? Cause I don't see you. Hold up. Is your Instagram the same as the you got the same name on Instagram as you do on here? Even my hello calls. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Oh, okay. I be forgetting about them hidden requests sometimes. That's why I didn't see this. I see you sent me a few messages. Okay, I just responded to you right there. So now I know. Now we got a conversation going on. Cool. Yeah, I just responded to you. Ugh. And I look forward to the session. You dig? Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, man. Hey, man. Shit. Like I said, man, you got to be spiritually in tune with this game. And when you spiritually in tune with this game, you're not affected by what the majority got going on or what the majority is into, what they doing and how they see things and all of that. When you're in tune with the game, you're not affected by none of that. Now, me, I speak on it because I do my best to put as many people in the game as I can on the right path, get them the right outlook on the game. But I'm not phased by that shit. I'm not one of them dudes, man, that sit up and complain about, the ladies in the game and how messed up they are and all that type of shit, man. I do my best not to get into that. Of course, when you some pimping, man, and you chopping it up with your partners and shit like that, you know, it's inevitable that you end up in a conversation where, you know, your partner is complaining about, the bras that he has or the bras that he's recently had or the bras who done been on his line and all this type of stuff, man. Uh, yeah, you're gonna end up in them types of conversations, but you can't go along. Sometimes you gotta switch the energy and, you know, cause don't nothing good come from that, man. You can't get wrapped up in that and be influenced by that type of shit. Next thing you know, you complaining about every broad that you see and all this type of stuff, man. Oh, it's another thing I gotta speak on too, right? Speaking of this game and being spiritually in tune with this game, right? Now, I've had this happen on numerous occasions, right? But this is the reason why even my hello costs. This is why even my hello costs, man. And, you know, young ladies who come from me, young ladies who got my imprint, my stamp on them in this game, they understand. I ain't talking about bras who done been fly by nights, gave me a few dollars for a little bit of time and then they gone. No, I'm talking about bras who really got Freeze's imprint on them in this game, right? They understand that they shouldn't even be talking to the pimp and they shouldn't even be, initiating an interaction with the pimping unless they are ready and willing to break themselves to that man, right? And this is the result of being spiritually in tune with this game. When you spiritually in tune with this game, you don't just pimp for yourself, you pimp for the greater good of the game as a whole, right? Because you reap what you sow. So if you sowing good seeds with the game, you're gonna reap good fruit in the game, right? So a part of sowing good seeds in the game is teaching them broads not just how to, operate with you, but what to do if they decide and when they decide to leave you, right? Showing them how to leave and, when they leave, you know, what to do after that, right? So the reason why I say all of this is because, like I said, man, a broad coming from me, she understands if she getting your DM pimping, she got her mind made up to break herself to you and on you to give her the instructions to do so, right? But it's not a lot of that going on in the game. And like I said, the reason why is because it's not a lot of people spiritually in tune with the game. It's a lot of people participating in the game, but they don't have the spirit of the game alive and thriving in them. They're not consumed with the spirit of this game, right? So, like I said, this didn't happen plenty of times, but this most recent time, probably like a week or so ago, right? Well, no, a few weeks ago, this little chick get in my DM, right? And she talking all this shit about how she want to choose me and this, that, and the third. And, you know, I acknowledge the conversation. And then she talking all this shit about how she gonna bust this move, but then she go dry. She go cold, right? She disappear. I don't hear from her for like a week. And then a week later, she gets in my DM again and she says, matter of fact, let me read the message. I'm going to read verbatim what she said. Hold on. Let me go to it. Now, mind you, she talking about how she going to bust a move with me, right? I don't hear from her for like over a week. And then out of the blue, you know, last thing we was talking about was her busting a move. And she talking like she just got her mind made up, right? Then she disappeared. Week or so later, she comes out of nowhere and she says, if you had some new feats, I don't even like that language, but this is what she said. If you had some new feats and they paid you, but they live in another state, would you drive to go get the money right then and there? Oh, man. So needless to say, for those of y'all who can't interpret that, who can't read between the lines and read the, basically what happened was, again, she was on my line talking a good one, but, you know, somewhere in between that time, she seen somebody else and went and busted a move with that somebody else, sent them some money, and then shortly thereafter ended up regretting sending that person some money. So she want to come to me with the problem. She want me to give her a solution when she done gave the other man the solution. But she comes to me with the problem that I wasn't a part of, you know, trying to get a solution. So my response was LOL, exclamation point. And she looked at the message and didn't respond. And she probably looking at herself like, damn, why he LOL me? Why he do that? Because, bitch, you playing. You playing with this game. Because this shit ain't, you the spirit of the game ain't in you. And it's obvious that if you have messed with different participants in the game within your time in the game, because I think she said she been in the game like a couple years, like maybe 2 or 3 years, something like that she supposedly been in the game. But within that time, she obviously ain't, you know, messed with nobody official because she's not spiritually in tune with this game. You know, she shouldn't have got in my DM unless she knew for sure she was ready and willing. Let me tell you young ladies something. It's 2026. Social media is the best tool that you could possibly have available to you to make up your mind on who you want to get with and why. There have been so many ladies in the game who made excellent choices in who to be with in the game, and they didn't have nearly the resources that y'all have at your fingertips right now. You know, chicks was choosing back in the day off of word of mouth, what they seen outside, how they seen pimping moving in traffic, you know, pimping jump out at the gas station, or they seen pimping in the casino, him riding down the street, or they seen him in the mall with his ladies or something like that. You know, might not have knew a whole lot about him, but going off of what they see and maybe a little bit of what they hear, you know, they might have talked to some of his games, some of his peoples, and heard some good things about him and shit like that. But ultimately, they don't even really know this man. But they see so many things, select few things, that influence their decision to get with that man. And they get motivated, they get inspired, they go get a trap, a respectable trap together. And when they approach that man, they are ready and willing to break themselves to that man. This is historically how the game went, before social media became what it is today. So my point is they chose with much less. And guess what? In a lot of cases, it goes great. And guess what else? If it doesn't go great, the beautiful thing is you're not obligated to stay there. You can go choose somebody else. And chicks who have this mindset, money ain't a thing. They ain't tripping. I'd have seen chicks, man, choose somebody with an amount of money that most squares don't even make in a whole year. They come with all of this money at one time, choose somebody, and then figure out that's not what they want to do, and they gone like within a few days. And they go get it again and give it to somebody else. Right? This is obviously somebody with an abundance mindset in the game as a 304. So, but I say all that to say, these choices were made with a fraction of the resources that you ladies have in social media at your fingertips. You can, like me, I've been having, when did I create? Let me see. I don't even want to look. I don't even want to look that shit up. But I know for sure my Freeze Is It Instagram, I created that profile in 2012, which means you can go as far back as 2012 with me on social media and see so much. And my Hello Cost profile, I think I created that in like 2017, maybe even 2016. But for sure, like let's just say 2017, almost a decade ago. Like, and then YouTube, I've been on YouTube. This is my 10th year. In May, it'll be 10 years that I've been on YouTube. So with somebody like me, I'll just speak for myself. Somebody like me, you have no reason to get in my DM trying to talk to me and you're not ready to break yourself. You have no excuse for that when it comes to Freeze, because there's so much that you can learn about me on the internet. So much. Shit that I done been through, shit that I done overcame, so many, how people done try to get at me. Like it's shit that I know, shit that I done learned, mistakes that I done made, you know what I mean? Cause I put all my cards face up. I don't be hiding shit. My history ain't no mystery. Right? So just like you can see, victories, you can see failures, you know what I mean? Now, because of me in particular, the way that I am, it's a lot that I leave, to the imagination on social media. But as far as like the type of my character, oh my goodness, it's so much shit that displays the type of character that I have on the internet. The type of man that I am, the way I take care of myself, just my outlook on life, game that I done gave and things that I've done. Like it's just so much to learn about me on the internet. You don't have no reason to get DM and you not ready to break yourself. That shit is crazy. And even though there's a lot of people who their internet history is not as extensive as mine, which means you can't learn as much about most people on the internet as you can about me. Nonetheless, there's so much that you can learn about anybody that you might be interested in on social media. It's so much that you can learn. You don't have no reason to get in anybody's DM unless you plan on breaking yourself. And if you magnifying the money to the point where you're scared to break yourself, that just means that in your mind, you want something for nothing, first of all. And, second of all, you're magnifying the money to the point where you done made the money the biggest thing in your mind. And the pimping is, your potential, your connection with the pimping, that's supposed to be the biggest thing in your mind. Because if you understood the power of your connection with the right individual in the game, then you would understand that the money is small. The money ain't shit. That's going to come and go. You're going to get that, 1,000 times over. And the fact that you can break yourself for some money, along with other things, if you approaching some real pimping, that's another thing to it too. Pimping ain't gonna just, if it's some real pimping that got a lot to lose, and his freedom is too much to lose in and of itself. His life is too much to lose in and of itself. So because of that, he not gonna just take your money. He gonna run your whole facts and learn about you, just like you supposed to be learning about him. He gonna learn as much as he can about you as well, But after you qualify to mess with that man, and a part of it is just giving a certain amount of money to that man to gain access to him and his game and his guidance and his wisdom and just everything that come with the pimping. How you approaching this man and you ain't ready and willing? That shit is crazy. But again, like I said, chicks who mess with some pimping, like chicks who got my stamp on them, they understand this. They understand that they shouldn't even be interested. They shouldn't even be looking at that man. They shouldn't even be thinking about talking, initiating an interaction with that man unless they are ready and willing to break themselves to that man. Otherwise, you playing. I remember I had a situation with this chick, right? Because you had them types of situations too where, this chick done been with you for a while, man, but she just hard-headed. The P don't stand for perfect, man. So sometimes pimping, I've been guilty of this, right? I've been guilty, and I've told y'all some stories, but I haven't told y'all all the stories. But I've been guilty of accepting a chick that I know I shouldn't have accepted. I know I shouldn't have took this chick's money. I know I shouldn't have let this chick represent me. I know that I shouldn't have accepted this chick, but yet and still I did it. And then I'm allowing her to remain with me, even though from the beginning I knew that this was not the chick for me. I knew that I didn't have no business being involved with her, but I let her come on in and I let her represent me for an extended period of time, right? But this one chick in particular who I have in mind, right? She was down with me for some time. But I'm the only individual. She had broke herself to other people or another person in the game. But as far as up close and personal, dealing with some ism, I'm the first one that she ever had that experience with, right? As far as dealing with somebody up close and personal. That's different from, long range pimping going on and you sending it on the wire or what have you. When it's up close and personal, that's a whole lot different. And I'm her first experience as far as that goes, right? So with that being the case, there's a lot of things that she didn't know, that she learned in dealing with me. But, like I said, I knew that this chick wasn't for me. And a big part of the reason why this chick wasn't for me is because she was very hard-headed. I would explain certain things to her and break certain things down to her. But she was her mindset was just so fixed on bullshit, man. Certain things just fell on deaf ears, right? But this chick, and I had already explained to her, because that's what I do. When a chick messes with me, I explain to her how to leave. If you want to leave me, this is how you do it. And after you leave me, this is what you should do. If you're going to remain in the game, this is what you should do, right? So this chick is down on the blade, right? She called herself wanting to leave me. And she gets out of pocket with one individual. She gets out of pocket with another individual. She gets out of pocket with another individual. She gets out of pocket with several individuals within a course of like a day, right? She just got her mind made up. She don't want to be with Freeze no more. And she just get out of pocket with all these dudes. And, you know, she's in a place that she's unfamiliar with. First of all, she's not from that area. I'm from that area. You know, she in California, where I'm from, in my backyard, getting out of pocket with all these individuals. So needless to say, I know personally all the guys that she got out of pocket with, right? But the problem was she wasn't ready and willing to break herself to any of these guys. She's just getting out of pocket. And even though I've explained to her how to leave me and what to do after she leaves me, again, a lot of shit done fell on deaf ears with her, so she's not doing what she's supposed to do, what she's been instructed and laced to do, right? So, like I said, she got out of pocket with one individual, she got out of pocket with two individuals. The third individual wasn't playing. So the third individual, man, he get up on her like a real wolf is gonna get up on you when you playing around in this game. You know what I mean? And he taught her a valuable lesson, even though I know she probably still to this day ain't took heed to the lesson, and she still got the same mindset that she had before the lesson. But he taught, you know, he gave her a soft ass that day. Let's just say that, right? But anyway, he get up on the broad and he called me. He like, yeah, Freeze, man, you know, I'm just calling you because it's you, man. And, you know, I fucks with you, man. I got respect for you, man. But, you know, this broad over here playing, man. And he called me from her phone. He like, yeah, man, I'm just letting you know, man, I done broke the bitch. I got her phone, you know what I mean? And if it wasn't, if she wasn't messing with you, and he's saying all this right in front of her, and he's in her room. He's in her hotel room. I'm in a different state. And she on automatic over there. But he tells me, he like, yeah, man, if it wasn't for you, you know, I wouldn't even call, and I would have this situation would have went a whole lot worse for her, but I'm going a little bit easier on her because it's you. And I told him, I said, hey man, don't spare me. Do whatever you would do if it wasn't me. Don't spare me, man. You know, my name ain't Spare the P, you know what I mean? My Freeze, man. You know, as in cold hearted. You know what I mean? My name is Freeze. My name ain't warm hearted. My name ain't fuzzy hearted. My name ain't tingly hearted. My name is Freeze, man. Don't spare me. Do what you gonna do, P. But in spite of me telling him that, he still didn't do everything that he would have did if it wasn't me. That's how much respect that he had for me, right? But he did break the broad. You know what I mean? And he gave her the phone back. If it wasn't me, she wouldn't have had no phone. She wouldn't have had no ID. She would have been stripped of everything for playing with this game. That's what I want y'all to understand. It's not because he just had malice for her. And, you know, it's because when you play with the game, there's supposed to be consequences. And she was playing with the game. And just as much as he wanted to inflict the consequences on her, I wanted him to do that. I wish he would have took her phone and took her ID and, you know, just left her, stuck. I wish he would have did that. You know what I mean? And the vehicle that she had was one of my vehicles. I wish he would have even took the vehicle, because we could have figured that out later on. But I wish he would have just I wish he would have went to the max. You know what I mean? So she could really, really, really get the lesson. Right? But that's the results of playing with this game, though. She played with one individual. She played with two individuals. And so she thinking that she could just keep on playing around. But she came across that third individual and he wasn't playing. You know what I mean? So so yeah, man. I say all of that to say, ladies, you have no business initiating an interaction with some pimping unless you're ready and willing to break yourself to him. If you see somebody on social media that you like and you get in a DM, you should have a fee ready. But just to initiate the interaction with that individual, this is how you should do it. You should say, hey, uh, my name is such and such. I'm interested in you. I would love to have a conversation with you. I have something to send you. Where and how do you want me to send it? This is how you initiate a conversation with some pimping. I'm interested in you. I would like to have a conversation with you. I have something to send you right now. Where and how do I send it? Now, that doesn't have to be the whole fee. Now, if you just got your mind made up, no matter what pimping say, then you could go ahead and send the whole fee if that's what you want to do. But if you want to have a conversation with him just to seal the deal with you, then you should have something respectable. It ain't got to be the choosing fee, but you should have something respectable, and you should say, hey, where and how do you want me to send this? That's how you start a conversation or an interaction with some pimping on social media. If it ain't that, then you going about it the wrong way. Anything less than that is the wrong way, man. Turn to your neighbor and say, that's the wrong way. You know what I mean? That's it. You know, because what you don't understand is if you go about it any other way, you're playing yourself. You know, now some people will entertain you if you come empty handed, but you get what you pay for. So if you come in, you know, paying for nothing, then you're going to get nothing in the form of game and guidance and instructions and wisdom and everything that come with the ism. You're going to get nothing. So if you want something, you need to come with something. Excuse me, I done spilled some of this love, man. Tripping. Give me just a second to wipe this up. Okay. Cool. Had a little spill. My cup runneth over. Hold on, we got some more Superus. Cheap Tricks, good looking again with the $5 holler. What's more dangerous, receiving? Oh, I can't see what that emoji is. You go to the phone. Hold up. Okay, you say what's more dangerous? Oh, that's a money emoji. On the computer, it looked different. What's more dangerous, receiving money from the wrong chick, a girl turned snitch, or a scoring 304 turned renegade? Man, the first and the third can become the second. Receiving money from the wrong chick, you know what I mean? She might be a snitch or turn into a snitch or ghost snitch or whatever. And then a 304 scoring turn renegade, she might end up being a snitch. You know, but they all dangerous, man. But receiving money from the wrong chick, you know, that can go bad in a whole lot of ways, man. Not just her snitching on you, but you know, that's why you gotta interview, man, and that's why you gotta run the whole facts as much as you can, because that shit could go bad in so many ways. You know, this is why cats unknowingly end up with a minor in their camp, because they don't properly identify who it is that they let into their household. And I don't give a damn what nobody say. Everybody talk all this shit, man. Like, oh man, you the pimpin', man. You supposed to do this. You supposed to just know, man. You should be able to just tell. Hey, man, it's minors out there. They got all the tattoos in the world, fully developed, and you know, some of them, because they got drug habits, they age faster than they you know should, so they look older than what they are, because they done ran themselves so hard at such a young age, man. But you know, even if they haven't ran themselves, man, some, like I said, some chicks just look older. They growing up faster in some ways, you know. So I say all that to say it's possible for a guy to unwittingly accept a minor into his camp. You know, that's accepting money from the wrong chick, and you know, or you might accept money from just super disrespectful. That can be the, she just like the type of chick that don't care. She'll cause a scene anywhere and have people all in your mix, and you outside and this chick trying to fight you and you trying to get away from her, and she following you, fighting you, and next thing you know, some bystander done put them people in your mix, and you know, they pulling up on you and trying to handcuff you, hook you and book you and all that type of shit, man. Like, I got several partners that's locked up right now behind some shit like that. A broad trying to fight them in a parking lot somewhere, or, you know, at some outdoor place. It's a lot of people, and he trying to get away from her, and she following him, and, you know, next thing you know, some bystander done called them people, and they pull up, and next thing you know, he in handcuffs fighting the case. Man. Free the pimping, man. Free the real. Free the real men out there, you know, pimping or not. That, you know, got locked up by an angry, scorned punk. But, yeah, man. R Get Hit Boys. Good looking with the $2 holler. Sinful's Patreon. His Vimeos don't work. What's up? Yeah, man. There's certain videos that are on Sinful's Patreon that were from his Vimeo, right? See, this is what Sinful used to do. He would have multiple channels on YouTube that he would put certain videos on, and that was his way of storing videos. He would store them on YouTube, right? He got certain channels that he wouldn't really use for anything else but that, but to store videos, right? And some videos I've been able to recover, and some videos I'm still searching, but to be honest, I'm having a hard time recovering certain videos, man. So the ones that I can recover, I'm going to and will recover. But some of them, it might take me a little while, man, because I'm trying to figure out how to get to certain videos. So Excuse me for that. Be patient with me. And but it's not a lot of videos like that. It's not a lot of videos that I can't recover. But there are some that I have not figured out cover. But just be patient with me and I'll get it straight. But I appreciate you. E-Books, what's up with it, man? Good looking with the $2 holler. No cup from Debbie the Glass Lady. For me, no. I'm not really into the cup thing. To each their own. I don't knock it. You know, that's just not my cup of tea. You dig? But shout out to Debbie the Glass Lady. E-Books, good looking once again with the $2 holler. Can a wrong chick spread the snitch spirit to wifeys? Yeah, if they weak. It happens all the time, man. See, when y'all say certain things, man, it particular individuals just instantly flash in my mind, man. And one of my partners, man, he been locked up now for about 14 years, man. And that's what happened to him. You know, he had this chick that he had for about 3 years, 2-3 years, something like that. And the chick went bad on him, man. And I seen this man make so many sacrifices for this chick, man. This just go to show you how, see, you got some good pimps out there, man. And you have certain chicks that complain about the pimping, talk bad about the pimping, say all the pimping is bad and this, that, and the third. Ain't no good pimps out there. But no, you just make bad choices. And you choose guys for the wrong reasons. That's why you don't never encounter the right kind of pimping. But let me just give you an example of the types of pimps that you have out there, right? And I've told this story before. Well, I told part of it, but I don't know if I told y'all the full story, or I've probably told this part of the story and that part of the story, but y'all don't know that they go together. So I'm going to just start from the beginning, right? So one day, this is like 2009, me and 3 of my partners is in the car riding together, right? It's 4 of us. We 4 deep. Now, me and my partner is sitting in the back seat, and then my partner that's riding shotgun, he on the phone with this broad. Now, he had been trying to turn her out fully, right? She had a job at Starbucks, and he was trying to get her to quit her job at Starbucks and go full-time 304ing, but he had got her far enough to where she would catch dates, but she didn't want to quit her job. He couldn't get her to quit her job, right? So he would get into it with her about that, and this was one of those times, right? So he on the phone with her, and he going off on her and shit like that, and he hang up the phone with the broad, and he did what pimps do. With a lot of y'all that claim to be pimps, you ain't never done this, what I'm about to say. But he was like, he get off the phone with the broad. He like, yeah, man, you know, this broad, man, her square ass, she won't quit her Starbucks job and go full-time home for a pimp, man. But, you know, maybe she don't like me like that, but she might like one of y'all like that, man. Here go her phone number. So all 3 of us, the driver and me and my partner who was in the back seat, we all 3 of us took her number down, right? But the difference was my partner who was in the back seat with me, he immediately start texting her right away. You know what I mean? He get on her. He don't waste no time. You know, me and the driver, we take the numbers down, or we take the number down, but we don't act like my partner did. My partner in the back seat, he immediately start texting her, right? So long story short, he ends up with the broad. He comes up with her, right? And when he get up on her, he convinces her to not only quit her Starbucks job, but go full-time 304ing, and he taking her cross country, and he mashing, like he buying big Benzes and, you know, trucks and all. He doing his thing with this chick, right? You know what I mean? So he done changed her life for the better. He done laced her with all kind of game. Then, she ended up catching a case in Florida, right? And he had took her from Arizona to California, all across country. They end up in Florida, right? She catches a case out there, and they put her on house arrest. She got an ankle monitor on, and she can't leave the house unless she going to a job or something. But she ain't got no job. Do you know this man? And I think she was on the ankle monitor for some months. Do you know this man held her down? And allowed her to, go through that time on the ankle monitor because she was being good to him, so he was being good to her. By that time, she had already been with him for like a year and some change, I think. They had accomplished all kind of shit within that time. So a lot of guys will be like, screw you, broad. You on your own. You gonna have to do this house arrest by yourself. You ain't no good to me. You can't go get me no money. Deuces, right? This is what a lot of guys would do, but my partner, he held her down throughout that time. She couldn't get no money over these months, and he held her down. I remember him talking to me on the phone like, damn, man, this shit is messed up, man, but I mean, she been good to me, so I'm gonna be good to her. But that's just one example of many, ways that he held her down, sacrifices that he made, so on and so forth, right? So fast forward, he got her and this other chick in Virginia. And the other chick hadn't been with him that long, like maybe some months or something like that, or some weeks or whatever, right? But the chick who he convinced to quit her Starbucks job, this is like 2 years and some change, probably going on 3 years that he done had her now, right? She get upset with him for one reason or another, and she decides to flip on him. But not only does she flip on him, but she convinces the other broad to flip on him too. And when he get locked up, he ended up taking the case to trial. And man, this chick got on the stand and testified against him, man, and was telling some ridiculous lies that was just, anybody who know him and know their situation know was just untrue. She fabricated some cold, terrible shit on him on that stand, right? And then the other little broad, she testified on him too, but it was because she was being influenced by the broad that he been having. And man, they ended up giving my partner 27 and a half years, man. And he about 14 in right now. Shit crazy, man. So, yeah, to answer your question, can the wrong chick spread the snitch spirit to wifeys? Yes, it happens all the time, unfortunately. Like I said, the P don't stand for perfect, man, but that shit happens a lot, man. That's just one story. But everybody in the game, we all know somebody that shit didn't happen to, man. It's terrible, but we all know somebody that didn't happen to, man. That's why it's imperative, for the pimping to do his homework on these bras, do your due diligence to learn as much as you can about these bras before you just let them into your household, man, because one false move could cost you everything. And your freedom is everything. Let me see. But yeah, man, we'd have been live for almost 2.5 hours, man. Time be flying when you be kicking this game, man. What state did he catch that case? Virginia. That was in Virginia. Same place I caught a bullshit ass case and they did me dirty. Virginia ain't never got to worry about me again. If I could evacuate everybody from that place and blow that shit up, that's what I would do. If I had the power, if I had a gin to grant me 3 wishes, man. I know some of y'all be like, damn, Freeze, you only got 3 wishes and you gonna make that one of your wishes? Hell yeah. But I blow several, not just Virginia. It would be all the commonwealths, which I know Virginia is a commonwealth. Pennsylvania is a commonwealth. Massachusetts is a commonwealth. I'm pretty sure Kentucky is a commonwealth. And it's 2 more. It's like 6 commonwealths, man. I'd evacuate all of the commonwealths and blow them places up, blow their ass off the map. If I had 3 wishes from a genie, that would be one of my 3 wishes. Evacuate these 6 commonwealths and blow that shit off the map. Man, I hate, man, but Virginia in particular, man, you know, I don't have no bad experiences in the other commonwealths, but that commonwealth, man, shit, that place could go to hell, man. Real. Nah, Tennessee ain't no commonwealth, is it? I don't think Tennessee is a commonwealth. Quantico 4016 say, damn, I'm from VA. Yeah, man, that's why I said I evacuate, man, because I got family in Virginia. I know some good people in Virginia, so I wouldn't just blow y'all up with Virginia. I'll make everybody evacuate. You know what I mean? I give everybody so much time. You know, I give everybody like a month. You know, 30 days is long enough to, like, you know, get up out of there, grab all your belongings, load you up, whatever U-Hauls you got to load up, man. And get up out of there, man. I'm gonna make sure before I blow it up, I'm gonna make sure everybody is gone, man. Well, all the good people, you know what I mean. The bail bondsman that did me dirty there, my public pretender that did me dirty there, the prosecutor, the judge, all them people, man. If they end up getting blowed up with Virginia, then hey, so be it. I wouldn't be mad if they somehow caught the wrath of the blow up of Virginia. If they just so happen to get wrapped up in it, then hey, it is what it is, man. But all the women and children, the good people, well, I ain't gonna say all the women, you know what I mean? Certain women can stay there. But, you know, the children and the good women and the good men, you know, I'm gonna make sure they up out of there, man. I ain't gonna just blow up, you know, good people. You know, even though I don't like Virginia, I ain't that crazy. I know Virginia got some good people around there. Like I said, I got family that live in Virginia, so I ain't just gonna blow the place up with everybody in it. You know what I mean? Are you sure wish number 3 can make rich? I wouldn't wish to be rich. Okay, so like I said, let's just say I got 3 wishes, right? Like I said, one of my wishes for sure would be to blow up all the Commonwealth states, evacuate them, and blow up all the Commonwealths. They blow their ass off the map, right? And then, my second wish would be to have absolute power over all institutions, banking institutions, prison institutions, the judicial system. My wish would be to have absolute power over all that shit. And I would just I would change the combination of the judicial system and the incarceration system. Oh, that shit would be way different. That shit would be way different. That would be one of my wishes for sure. To have control of the banks, the judicial system, and the prison system. Yeah. Give me that. That's mine. If I got 3 wishes, that's for sure gonna be one of them. You know what I mean? Cause that shit gonna get revamped so viciously, man. You know, a whole bunch of people would be mad at me. You know what I mean? But But yeah, man, that would be. And then the third wish, what would the third wish be? Oh, the wish would be to get rid of all terminal diseases like cancer, HIV, cancer for sure, HIV, and Alzheimer's, dementia. Get rid of that shit. Uh, any disease where people have to suffer and die a slow, painful, agonizing death, I'd get rid of all those. So those would be my three wishes. Blow up all the commonwealths. I'm talking shit, but I really want that to be one of my wishes, but I probably could think of something better than that. That's just my personal vendetta, man. But blow up the commonwealths, gain control of all the institutions in America. Like I said, the banking institutions, the prisons, the courtrooms, and the whole judicial system. Get control of all of that shit, and then eradicate all terminal diseases. Those would be my wishes. You know what I mean? Cause getting rich, like that's I don't know that ain't no hell of a wish. You know what I mean? Like you know that's cool, but you know I could figure out how to get rich. I don't know, but I'm thinking of things that I can't just figure out and do myself. Like I can't evacuate and blow up the commonwealths by myself. You know what I mean? Like I need a genie to grant me them wishes, man, to do that. And then too, I for sure can't gain control of all the institutions. You know what I mean? Like, and then when I say institutions, I'm talking about the banking institutions, the like I said, the prison system, the system, uh, all the programs that are corrupt, that people be scamming with, like all that shit that's going on in California. I would get control of all of that shit. You know how they come with them budgets and shit for, like the homeless budget that ain't did shit for the homeless community in California. Uh, that billions of dollars that they put into that railway system that they ain't laid one railroad track. All that money is gone. Just all the billions of dollars that's just unaccounted for. Like me, all the institutions that control that, I'd have the U.S. Treasury. I'd have control of all of that shit, man. And I'll just revamp the country in a way, man, where a lot of people wouldn't like me, but a lot of people would love me at the same time. I'll just make shit fair. You know what I mean? And of course, uh, certain people blow up commonwealths, but not the renegades. Maybe if they'll let me if they'll let me put that into my wish. Nah, I ain't gonna lie. I wouldn't blow up the renegades, man, because you got some renegades that's somebody's mama, man. I ain't trying to take nobody's mama away. Oh man, nah. And then some renegades might be some great people's future mama. You know what I mean? You might have some renegades that they're gonna go on to have children that's gonna grow up to be great people. You know what I mean? So I can't. Uh, I'd have to figure out a different fate for the renegades. But maybe if I could graft that into my wish, one of my three wishes, some type of way to fix the renegades. You know what I mean? Yeah, I wouldn't blow them up. If anything, I like if I was to have a wish that was to do with renegades, it would just not be just renegades, but just women in general. Like, uh, I would just make all women in America more feminine. The ones that's already feminine, they cool, but there's so many of them that ain't feminine. I would make them more feminine and uh, willing to surrender to a man. Right. That's what I would do. But yeah, those would be my three wishes, man. If I had a genie, man. Freeze looking healthy. P. Hey, how much? Hey, Freeze, how much you weigh, big bro? Uh, I'm not sure, but just taking a wild guess, I think right now I'm probably about like 195, something like that. I'm in the 190s for sure. Well, I'm saying for sure, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure I ain't over 200 pounds though, and I ain't been under 200 pounds in a very long time. I ain't been under 200 pounds in well over a decade, but I'm pretty sure that I'm under 200 pounds right now. But I'm pretty sure that I'm in the 190s somewhere. I want to say like 195, but I haven't weighed myself. See, that's one thing. I don't know. Maybe I could go get me a cheap little scale or something, man, because I don't know why, but the gyms out here, at least the gyms that I've been to, don't have scales in them. I don't know why. You know, in America, in the United States, just about every gym, that's like customary shit. The gyms be having scales in them. But I don't know. But in Costa Rica, the gyms be having scales in them. But out here, Colombia, I don't know why they don't. At least I haven't seen none, found none. But yeah, I might do that. Go give me a little bullshit scale. That's one thing about Colombia. Everything's so damn cheap out here. Seven Theus. I don't know if that's how you say it. You said Freeze lost weight for sure. What's the strategy, Freeze? Uh, well, like I told y'all before, my objective wasn't really to lose weight. My objective was just to burn fat, and I definitely burned a whole lot of fat. My body fat percentage then went down like a mug. I already know, but what I did to burn that fat, or as you say, lose weight, because losing weight was definitely a part of it, but that wasn't my goal. My goal wasn't to lose weight. My goal was to burn fat. Losing weight was just a byproduct of my fat burning endeavor, right? But the way I did it was eating once a day, not just one meal a day, but one time a day, meaning I'm not snacking throughout the day. I'm not eating, some trail mix over here, or eating some cookies right here, some chips over here, candy bar there, or even a piece of fruit here. And I'm not snacking at all. I'm eating one meal a day, one time a day, right? So eating once a day, and then walking at least 10,000 steps every single day. That's how I burnt that fat. When I was eating twice a day, I was like kind of in a plateau. I wasn't really gaining weight or losing weight or gaining fat or burning fat. I was just kind of like in a plateau state when I was eating 2 meals a day, which was like once every 12 hours. I was eating like every half a day I would eat, basically. Like every 12 hours I was eating. When I was doing that, I wasn't really going one way or the other. But when I cut it, and then that's the cold part about it too, right? Keep this in mind. When I started eating once a day, I was eating the same amount of food that I was eating twice a day. I just put it all together in one big ass meal. So I was eating the same amount of food. I just was only eating it at one time as opposed to splitting it up into two different meals, right? So it wasn't a matter of me eating less and that's how I lost fat or lost weight. No, it was just the fact that I only ate one time a day. Same amount of food that I was eating when I was eating twice a day, right? So that just goes to show you the power of intermittent fasting, right? When you eat less times a day, your insulin ain't spiking more than that one time. So that allows you to get into fat burning mode. You dig? So Yeah, that's how I did that. So if you want to lose weight, like I said, my objective was to burn fat, but I did lose weight. So you can lose weight like that. If your goal is to lose weight, and work your way up to it. Cause it's easy for me to say and do because that, I've been, when it comes to food, I've just been disciplined for a very long time. I know how to stop eating this and start eating like that and stop eating like that. I know how to do that. That for me, that it's like the snap of a finger, the blink of an eye. I can do it, right? But for those of y'all that, you know, don't have that, like, put it like this: if you're the type of person that right now and you've been this way for most of your life, you eat 3 big ass meals a day and you snack in between, you might snack 3 or 4 times a day. So altogether you eating like 5 or 6 times a day. If you're that type of person, just, work in steps, gradually progress to that stage of eating 1 meal a day if that's what you want to do, right? But let that be your goal. Like, just know that if you start eating 1 meal a day, you're gonna lose weight. And combine it with the steps, walking 10,000 steps a day, and don't eat within 3 hours of going to bed. That's another thing that's a big one that a lot of people have a problem with. But don't eat within 3 hours of going to bed, meaning if you go to bed at 9 o'clock, don't eat past 6 o'clock. If you go to bed at 11 o'clock, don't eat past 8 o'clock, so on and so forth, right? Don't eat so eat 1 meal 1 time a day, walk 10,000 steps, and don't eat within 3 hours of going to sleep. If you do them 3 things, you're going to lose weight for sure. Guaranteed. HTX Jose 28 says you're in Costa Rica. No, I'm in Colombia right now. I was in Costa Rica some months back for pretty much the whole month of September. I was in Costa Rica, but no, I'm in Colombia right now. Dolo Season 8 says, congrats, P. I'm surprised you not only play that with the mindset you have. Uh, nah, because, I understand the benefits of, poultry and fish. So, I eat a lot of plants for sure, and hold on, let me show y'all. Let me show you, man. Let me show you. Hold up. Yeah, man. I brought that ninja thing with me, man. Yes, sir, man. I've been making smoothies every day. Some of y'all probably have seen me post shorts and stories and shit like that of my smoothies. See, last time I didn't bring my ninja with me, but this time I brought the ninja with me, man. So yeah, yeah, I got my ninja with me. So I've been on the fruit tough, and man, so last time when I was here, hold up. Last time when I was here, I didn't bring my ninja with me, so I wasn't really eating a lot of fruit like that. A little bit here and there, but I wasn't really eating much fruit. But salads for sure. I was eating salads every day, like I still am right now. Still on the salads, right? But that's the difference now, right? So usually, what I do when I get up in the morning, I'll make me a smoothie, and then go get my workout in, and then I'll eat my salad, right? So that's the program that I'm on now. So technically, I'm eating twice a day now because I'm doing the smoothie thing in the morning, and then after the workout, I'll eat my big ass salad. So yeah, that's the program that I'm on right now. But my eating window is shorter than it was before, right? Like when I was eating 2 salads a day, I would space it out 12 hours apart from each other, right? But now, I'll say it's probably within a 6 hour window, somewhere up in there. I'll drink the smoothies. I'll probably have like 2 smoothies or whatever, 2 cups of the smoothie in the morning. Then go get my workout in, then eat that big ass salad. So it's definitely within a 6 hour window. So I'm going 18 hours at least, if not sometimes more, without eating every day. So yeah, we're gonna see how that go. I just started that since I've been here. So we're gonna see how that goes. Tony Wick 727 says, Freeze, I think you like Brazil. Check out Rio next. Yeah, I've been thinking about Brazil. What made you move to Colombia, bro? I haven't moved here. Like, I don't live here. I didn't just uproot my life and come to Colombia. Uh, I just really like it here, man. I really, really like it here. I like, first and foremost, I love how cheap everything is here for sure. Like, for instance, right now, okay, so I still got to do some searching, right? I still got to find, because I know it got to be some marketplaces around here that have, all the fruit. But okay, so put it like this, right? They got markets all over town, right? Where they outdoors selling fruit, kind of like a farmer's market, right? They got several places around Medellin, uh, this have set up shop like that, right? So, but so far from what I've seen, there's only certain fruit that you could find at these outdoor markets, right? Bananas, mangoes, strawberries, uh, uh, dragon fruit, pineapples. Um, it's probably some that I'm forgetting. Kiwis, I found kiwis there. Uh, but the fruit that I want to get from the marketplace that I haven't seen that I got to get from the grocery store because that's the only place so far that I know to get it is like blackberries, blueberries. Those are the main ones. But man, the grocery store is already way cheaper than the United States. The marketplace, man, I went to the market yesterday, right? Or no, the day before yesterday, 2 days ago, I went to the little outdoor market in Centro, which Centro is like the downtown area of Medellin, right? I went to the market over there, got some fruit. Man, I got 2 big ass mangoes, 6 bananas, a little bundle of strawberries, 6 kiwis, and I got all that fruit for like probably like $3 or $4. I know for sure. Okay, so I'm translating it from pesos to dollars, right? The bananas, I got those 6 bananas. It was them 6 bananas was like 50 cent. Them 2 big ass mangoes. Damn, how much was them mangoes? Them 2 mangoes probably was like $1 or something like that, or $1.50 something. But basically, all that fruit that I just told you, I got for like, yeah, like $4 at the most, somewhere between $3 and $4. Two big ass mangoes like that. Two big fat ass mangoes, 6 bananas, a bundle of strawberries, uh, and 6 kiwis. Yeah, all that shit for like 3, 4. So that's one thing I love about here. You know what I mean? And the quality of it is just it's just different. You know what I like about here, the fruit, the produce that you get. If you don't eat that shit right away, it's gonna go bad on you. That's why I can't just. It's crazy to say that, but in the United States, I could go buy a week's worth of vegetables and they'll still be good and they'll last me like a week or whatever. But out here, at the most, I can only get like 3 days worth of fruit and vegetables because if I have them any longer than that, that shit gonna go bad. But I like that though. I like that my food goes bad if I don't eat it fast enough. In the States, man, that shit be lasting. And that shit ain't cool. That shit ain't cool, man. So that's one thing I love about down here too, man. The quality of the food is just better, man. And I just feel better. Like I could eat the same exact shit here that I eat in the United States, but my body just feels way better down here. Eating the same exact shit. So not only is the quality of the food better, but it's a fraction of the cost. Like you can't beat that. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's just cool, man. I like I said, I just really like it, Dan. I like the fact that I don't have to drive a car. I never thought that I would appreciate not driving the way that I do down here, man. Don't get it twisted. I love hopping in the whip and riding and doing all that type of shit, man. But I just love that I don't have to, like, I never, man, I ain't caught the train in so long. I'm trying to think before I came here last time I caught the train, man. It been a long time. Maybe when I was in New York, that was probably the last time I caught the train. And I ain't been in New York since 2010. I might have caught the train since then, but I can't. If I have, I can't. But yeah, man, I'll be catching the train out here. It's just cool, man. You know, like I don't know. I'll be catching the train, and then Uber's is cheap as hell. Most Uber rides is between like $2 and $3, depending on where you're going. If you're going way across town, the Uber ride might be like $8 or something. You know what I mean? Like, Dame Leche, you stupid. Speaking of leche, I bought some coconut milk the other day. That shit was cheap. That shit was like $1 or something, I think, or maybe $2. Yeah, I think the coconut milk that I bought was like $2 for like maybe like a quart or something like that. I know that same milk probably would have been double the price in the United States. But yeah, man. Like the living is just easy down here, man. It's just real easy, man. And then Airbnbs is super cheap, you know. Now this spot, see, sometimes you could luck up on the Airbnb and find something, but I don't know if it's because it's the beginning of the year, but at least from what I was looking at, the pickings was kind of slim. I couldn't really find what I wanted for the price that I was willing to pay. So I kind of went with just what was available, but the spot that I'm in now is a 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom. I got a washer. So for those of y'all who don't know, to have a washer is a luxury out here. To have a washer and a dryer is like super luxury. I don't have a dryer, but I do have a washer inside my unit. Uh, and I just, hang dry my clothes and shit like that. It's cool. Uh, I have hot water. Hot water is also a luxury out here. A lot of people don't have hot water out here. as far as the locals, I go as far as to say the majority of locals don't have hot water and don't have a washer or a dryer. I got a washer and I got hot water. Um, and I got a kitchen. That I'm cool with all of that. I got a big refrigerator and shit. A lot of people out here be having like small refrigerators. I got like a full size refrigerator, so I'm cool with that. Uh, and shit, y'all gonna flip when I tell you how much I'm paying for this joint. $630 for the month. But I ain't gonna stay here longer than this month. Like when this month is up, I'm gonna go probably find me a better place. Cause now that I'm here, cause that's the thing about me. I like to get here and then book my Airbnb. So what I normally do, like when I went to Costa Rica, and then when I got here the first time, and then when I got here this time, what I'll do is when I make it into the country, I'll get a hotel room for the first night, and then while I'm at that hotel room, I'll find the Airbnb. That's what I do, like, because Airbnb take your money up front. So I don't want to have a situation where I pay for the Airbnb and then I have a problem at the airport for one reason or another. They don't let me in, and then Airbnb got my money and I got to wrestle with them to get my money back. I don't want to go through all that. So I make sure I get into the country, and then I'll find my I'll stay in a hotel for that first night, and then find an Airbnb. So that's the way I do it. But now that I'm here, I'm here, so I could book an Airbnb in advance. You know what I mean? So the next Airbnb that I go to, I'll probably have a better selection because now I'm in the country. You know what I mean? So that's the only thing about it, at least from my perspective. When you first come into another country, especially like Colombia, right? Because they be turning people away for stupid shit, and I just done heard certain stories, man, and I didn't want to have to go through that. So yeah. But yeah, man, like I said, this Airbnb that I'm in right now, 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom. I got a washer, I got hot water. You don't really need air conditioning because it don't get real hot and it don't get real cold here. I got a fan. I done only probably use my fan. I've been here 10 days. I didn't use my fan probably like maybe 2 or 3 times. And then when I use the fan, I don't use it for long. Because if it feels a little warm, I'll turn the fan on probably for like 10 minutes. I'll get cool and then I'll be straight for the rest of the time. So that's another thing. Most people don't have air conditioning here. Again, like I said, you don't really need it for real because it doesn't get real hot. It doesn't get real cold. It's the same type of weather year round. It's like in the 70s year round. Might hit the 80s sometimes. Might be a little warm. Might hit the 80s. It probably ain't gonna never hit the 90s. At least from what I'm being told. I ain't been here for a whole year. I ain't been here for all the seasons, but the nickname for this city is the city of eternal spring because it's eternally like springtime. It's spring weather all year round. Only thing about here is that it might rain, a lot, but when it rains, it's not like a Portland or a Seattle type of rain. It ain't gonna rain like all day for days. You know what I mean? It might rain for like an hour, 30 minutes. Then it's over with, and it might rain another time later that day. But I don't mind the rain. The rain is cool. And it don't get cold. Even when it rains, it's still like warm outside, so. You'll be a lot better off not going through Airbnb. Believe it or not, $600 is expensive. No, Tony Wick, I know. I'm already knowing like. But see, once you get here, you know you can, and I know I can do that too. Like if I really wanted to like be on a tight budget for real, I probably could go on Facebook, get into some groups, and find some people around here, and it like put it like this: this apartment that I'm in right now, if I didn't go through Airbnb, let's just say I wanted to move here and I wanted to move into this apartment like permanently, the rent here is probably like 200 a month. I know that, you know what I mean? But it's like the convenience of it, you know. If I was to move here and it'd be 200 a month, I'd probably have to furnish this place myself and go through all that shit, you know. So the convenience of Airbnb is that you get in a place that's furnished, you know, with the amenities that you want and all that type of shit. So, you know, that's cool. But I know for sure like this place right here is probably like 200 a month. That's my guess. If I was to guess how much this place is for, because you know you got people that live here. Like this building ain't just all Airbnbs. You got families that live here, and I'm pretty sure they paying probably 200 a month. I wouldn't be surprised if they're paying less. So yeah, imagine if black people did like Mexicans and Asian people do and piece up on a $600 rent, stack and boss up. Yeah, we used to do stuff like that, man, but you know, our people went through a lot, man. So we used to be unified like that, but hopefully we can get back to that point. You could Tony Wicks say you could find a 1 bedroom, 1 bath in a cool neighborhood for about 4 or 500. Just find you a local landlord. Right. Oh man, so I'm already knowing, bro, like for 500 a month, you can find some plus shit out here. Like you said, if I go through other channels and really that's probably the the fastest way to do it probably would be to go on Facebook and find groups, you know, like Facebook groups where you got expats and shit like that in there, or you know, maybe people that's like advertising that they got apartments for rent. And I already know like if I go that route, yeah, I can find some shit for the low. I'll just be using Airbnb because it's convenient, especially when I first get to the country. But uh, again, like I said, now that I'm here, the next place that I go to, I might go that route. I might get on Facebook and try to find me a landlord or something like that. Yeah, that part I'd agree. You can definitely find something like you in for 200-300 a month for sure. I know, because I've heard of people having this is a 1 bedroom. It's people around here that got 2 bedrooms and they rent is $200 a month, and they 2 bedroom is probably smaller than this 1 bedroom. Small, they got some small joints out here, man. They got some small joints because this bedroom, it ain't the biggest, but it's I got 2 beds in here, and I'm by myself, so that go to show you like it ain't the smallest bedroom. It ain't the biggest, but it definitely ain't it ain't. It's not like a tiny bedroom. I got 2 beds in here, so yeah. But I know it's people around here with 2 bedrooms paying $200 a month for sure. Freeze, you gonna get a better deal speaking Spanish, so you might be better off having a woman who's a native speaker and dealing with whoever you renting from. That's some real shit. And I know a couple of chicks that I'm cool with, that I'd have met out here that I could get to do that for sure. I could for sure get a chick to do that for sure. That ain't hard at all. You know what I mean? It's certain chicks that I'd have met, you see in passing, you go to the same places all the time, and you see them in passing, you speak to them every day. I know a couple chicks like that that I could get to do that. Plus, yeah, as I'm thinking, yeah, shit, I know some chicks at it's a little restaurant that I be going to where I be eating my chicken and shit. They be tripping off of me. The little chicks at the restaurant, they be tripping on. First of all, they be calling me guapo and shit, saying I'm handsome and shit like that. But they for me because I eat a whole rotisserie chicken by myself. Because when because rotisserie chicken out here is called pollo asado, right? Pollo asado. So I'll tell them, pollo asado, and they'll be like para llegar or para acá, which means for here or to go. And I'll be like para acá, which means here. And they see me by myself, they see ain't nobody with me, and I'm ordering a whole chicken. They be looking like para acá? Like, you about to eat this whole chicken by yourself? And I'll be like, yeah. And they be sitting there watching me eat the whole chicken. Man, every restaurant that I done been to and done, the women in there, they always get a kick out of that shit, right? So that's how I kind of like build a rapport. Like, it's funny, we laugh about it, and then I come again, and, now we got a rapport with each other, right? So I'm cool with, it's like a few different restaurants that I go to where I've done that. I'm cool with the chicks that work there, and I know I could get them to do that shit, you know what I mean? This nigga free speaking Spanish. Some of our people still do. Two-Tone, you right about that, man. Hey, it was these brothers in the South, man. They be getting together, building houses and shit for themselves and for their family. I forget what state they was in, man. But I seen them on I think I seen them on TikTok. They be getting together, every day they'll go build some shit, man. They be building them houses quick too, man. They get themselves a case of beers, got their music playing, and they just, they homeboys and family members and shit like that, but they be building houses together. And they be building houses for their peoples, man. So yeah, and that's what they do. They pitch in, they come together, and they do that shit. So you're right. We do still have some people like that, but hopefully it becomes more part of our culture like it used to be. Yeah, man, I'm trying to tighten up on my Spanish, man. I think, and I've been saying it, but I got to stop dragging my feet on it and get to it. But I'm gonna take me some Spanish classes to expedite my learning process because. Keep in mind, I'm from California, man. I'm from Long Beach, California, man. Like if you from California, especially Southern California, I can't speak for Northern because I ain't never lived up there. But then again, I damn near can because they got just as many Mexicans as we do, right? But if you from California, you gonna know some kind of Spanish. You gonna little basic Spanish. You gonna know a little something. And then on top of that, if you take Spanish classes in high school. Like I did, I had Spanish class for 2 years in high school. That kind of accelerated me a little bit. And then again, just being from California, you know what I mean? Like, there's so many Mexicans and Central Americans and South Americans there, but especially Mexicans, you're going to know some type of Spanish, a little bit at least. So I say all that to say I came here knowing a little bit already. And then not just that, I think I told y'all that before, but I had a broad from Honduras for 2 years, even though that was a long ass time ago. But she was the type of person like she playing Spanish radio, she playing Spanish television show, she watching only Spanish shit on TV. She only spoke English when she had to, like when she was talking to me and shit. But her Spanish, her English wasn't that good and my Spanish wasn't that good. So we kind of made each other better. I helped her out a lot with the English. She helped me out a lot with the Spanish. So that helped me out a lot. So I say all that to say, by the time I make it to Colombia, I know a little bit of Spanish already, and it's only gotten better since I've been here. But I want to get to a point where I could just be fluent, chop it up. You know what I mean? So I know if I take some Spanish classes, that'll help me tremendously. So yeah, I'm gonna take me some Spanish classes for sure. I just gotta find some or get a tutor. You know what I mean? Get me a tutor or something like that. I'm for sure gonna do that while I'm here. You're gonna learn a lot from just living in Florida too. Florida is another place. Oh, Florida, yeah. I damn near want to say, especially depending on where you live in Florida, you might be better with the Spanish because it's man. Now don't get me wrong. California got a lot of people that only speak Spanish, that speak primarily Spanish, and they English ain't good at all. But Florida, man, everywhere you like certain parts, man, go to like for instance me. Y'all see the way I look, right? When I'm in Florida, man, that shit happen to me every day. Somebody approach me speaking Spanish. And then when they find out that I don't speak Spanish and I only speak English, they be like, damn, they can't talk to me now. You know what I mean? You don't have that problem as much in California. You're going to run into that way more in Florida, where somebody going to come up to you trying to speak Spanish, and then when they realize you don't speak Spanish, they can't talk to you because they don't speak English. Freeze because you look Cuban or Dominican. That's what I'm saying. I already know. I mean, like I've had that happen to me in California too, but not nearly as much as Florida. You know what I mean? Was told that's how you learn is by getting a woman who is Spanish. Mother Nature, yeah, for sure. That's how my brother learned, right? My brother, he fluent. My brother speaks Spanish like he Mexican because I want to say ever since like his senior year in high school, he been, dating only Mexican women. And then now his baby mom, she's Mexican and he been with her like 18 years or some shit like that. And before her, he only was dating Mexican women. Uh so it started like that. He was involved with Mexican women, and then through that his friend group evolved into like Mexican guys. So most of my brother's friends are paisas. You know what I mean? So he kick it with paisa dudes. He in a relationship with a Mexican woman. So yeah, now but his Spanish, I want to say for a good 20 years, his Spanish been fluent. You know what I mean? So now he to the point where it it ain't nothing. But that's how I want to be. I want to be like my bro. Shout out to my bro. But like you said, it started with him being in a relationship with a woman who speaks Spanish. So same shit, Freeze. North and South Cali. We gonna run into some Spanish people. I did, and she was from Honduras too. But you could teach English in spots like that too, bro. That I knew was out there and taught. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And I've been bullshitting on that too. And I think I even told y'all that I was gonna go to some, but I still ain't went to one yet. But this coming Tuesday, man, I'm gonna go for sure. I know I've been saying it, but it's they got language exchanges out here where it's an event where you go and you teach each other, you help each other learn each other's language. You know what I mean? Like as the name implies, language exchange. People go there to learn English and learn Spanish, and y'all help each other out. It's a cool way to meet people too and shit. So I've been saying it. Last time I was here, I kept saying I was gonna go and I didn't go. But this Tuesday, I'm gonna make it my business to go to the language exchange. And I need to find some other ones too. I know for one where one is for sure, but they got a bunch of them around here. I need to find where the other ones is at too and go to them too. I really need to be taking my ass to a language exchange every damn day, because I know they got enough of them around here where I could go to one every day. You're doing the best thing you can just be immersing yourself down there. You learn it fast, and you get you a woman from down there. That's gonna accelerate it. Yeah, for sure. I know if I had like me a little broad that I was like kicking it with, and probably turn into a grizzly bear. You know what I mean? From a square, you dig. I know if I had somebody like that, you know, I would be learning a lot faster. But like you said, just being outside all day, every day, walking around, you know what I mean? Rubbing elbows with people. That's how I done learned a whole lot. My Spanish done got way better since I've been out here. One thing is for sure, you know English and you can teach those that don't know. Yeah, for real. That's what I'm saying. I need to go to that language exchange, man. Because this is what I do know for sure. My Spanish is better than the average person's English around here. So I could teach them more probably than what they could teach. Yeah, I could teach them more English, you know, probably than what they could teach me Spanish, but they still could teach me a lot of Spanish nonetheless. So, yeah, I need to start hitting them language exchanges though, for sure. Marcus Mitchell say that's awesome, Freeze. I'm glad you're able to enjoy it. Sounds like a great place to visit. Yeah, for sure, man. Like I said, I love it down here, man. I see why a lot of people just come here and don't ever leave, because a lot of people do that. A lot of people come down here and just don't leave. Chris B. Smith says it really depends on how long you're. If you're only going to be there a few months, then Airbnb is it. But buying appliances, TVs, and stuff is a mother effer. Yeah, for real. That's what I'm saying, Chris. That's why, like I said, I just go the Airbnb route. But even if you only stand for a few months, though, you still could go on Facebook Marketplace, or not Facebook Marketplace, but or maybe Facebook Marketplace. I don't know. But they got groups on Facebook where people be sharing that kind of info. So the oldest Duncan Jr. 23 says, in Tijuana I paid $400 for a 2-bedroom condo. Yeah, I could believe it. Rich Reloaded said, freeze aging backwards. Yeah, man, that's what happens. Like when you get all that fat up off your face, man. Like me, because like I said, when I lose weight or I burn fat, that's the first place you see it, in my stomach and in my face. So yeah, the fact that I done shaved that fat down, man. Face looking nice, slim, and trim, you dig? You missed my super chat. Oh, hold on, ebooks. Let me see what you're talking about. Oh, I missed a few supers. Hold on. Ebooks, once again, good looking with the $2 holla. Blow the comment. Oh, I read that one already. Oh, no. Oh, you did this one right here. Okay, hold on. Ebooks, good looking with the $5 holla. You saw Tell DuckTales on Willie D. He threw shots at the game. Nah. I think I did see that he was on Willie D, but I didn't watch the episode. But you know, he's a charlatan type of dude, man. So, you know, I don't know, man. I don't really have no interest in really watching dude, like unless it's relevant to something I might have to speak about or something like that. You know, like when he was disrespecting Sinful the last time. That's the only reason why I acknowledged him before. Yeah, he's a strange guy because, like you said, he takes shots at the game, but then on the same token, he act like he a part of the game or from the game. But that's just the square in him and the hater in him that makes him take shots at the game, even though he's a fan of the game. He's for surely a fan of the game. His first video that he ever put on YouTube was talking about the game and basically him exposing how he's a fan of the game. But yeah, that don't surprise me. But good looking though. Jordan Sosa, good looking with the $5 holla. How many times do you work out a day? What's effective? Well, me, I work out just once a day. You know, I go to the gym, I lift weights, and then at the end of each session, after I'm done with the weightlifting, I'll hit the ab wheel. And I do about 200 reps on the ab wheel. But that's all in one session at the gym. So I work out once a day. But then if you want to count all the walking that I do as part of, the working out, then that's all throughout the day. Because most of the places, that's one thing I like about being down here too. Like you for sure gonna put some walking in. And I'm on the 4th floor of the building that I'm staying in, and it ain't no elevator. So I have to walk up and down the stairs every day whenever I go outside. So I gotta walk up to the 4th. I gotta walk up 4 flights of stairs every day. So yeah, man, I'm far as cardio go, I'm getting that in tremendously daily. And that's throughout the whole day. So right, he did share the 6-foot gay guy story though. Right, you know what I mean? Oh, he did that on Willie D. He talked about that again. Is that what you saying? He told that story again? He crazy if he did that. Ebooks, good looking with the $2 holla. Don't be raising the prices for Passport Bros. Ebooks, I ain't got the power to do that. If I did have the power to do that, I would do that. You know what? I probably would make that one of my wishes. If I had back to the 3 wishes, man. As much as I would love to blow up Virginia and all the other commonwealths, as much as I would love to do that, I probably push that wish to the side for this wish. Which this wish would be, man, I'd make these 304s out here way more expensive, man. Yeah, I'd make them way more expensive, and I'd make them want to do nothing more than choose a pimp. I'd make them want to do nothing more than choose a pimp. So all of these, if I had a wish, 3 wishes, that would be one of my wishes. For all the women in Colombia that's willing to set that thing out there, which is a whole lot of them. Even the ones that ain't just out there advertising it, it's still a lot of them that are willing to go there. It's just kind of like in the water out here, man, or in the air or something. But yeah, man, I would make them be more expensive and dying to choose a pimp. That would be my wish for sure. You know what I mean? Oh, excuse me. Ebook said, why? Or wish Sinful was back. I know this might sound crazy, but of course, the selfishness in me would love to have bro back. I believe bro is in a much better place than this world right now. So if I had a wish to bring bro back, I probably wouldn't. The selfish part of me would love to do that, but the selfless part of me, I like I said, I just leave bro is in a much better place right now than this world. And he ain't got to deal with all the suckers no more. He ain't got to deal with, punk ass broads no more, man. You know, of course, his family and stuff like that, I know they would love to have him back. Of course, all his loved ones around the world would love to have him back. I would love to have him back, but just for his sake, nah, I'd probably leave things the way they are, man. Because we can't, none of us stay here forever. So, yeah, I know it sounds crazy, but I probably would leave bro where he is, man, because I believe he's in a much better place than we are right now. Ebook say, nigga, I'm a trucker with a fledgling hustle. Come on, Philippines and Bogota are the only place. Find them affordable and great opportunity. I'm a lot lizard tricking, not Bill Clinton high list client. Well, I'm speaking hypothetically, man. The reality is, man, hey, man, you got chicks around here doing $12 dates, man. $12 and $13 dates, depending on the inflation, what the currency is that day, man. $12 and $13 dates around here. So this is a trick's paradise. That's real because you know what he was really going through. Yeah. Sinful ain't went nowhere. Was just listening to one of his Eternal Classics on YouTube. I know that's right for sure. You dig? I'm with you on that. Truly miss him. R.I.P. Sin, still miss him. Yeah. Chris B said, my nigga said he tricking on a budget. Ebook say, damn right. What you save on 304s, you spend on travel and airfare. And here comes Freeze trying to beat Bernie Sanders for the 304s. Oh, hell no. You stupid as hell for that. I'm Bernie Sanders for real. Oh, shit. That's funny as hell. The way the earth is going, we are all gone soon. Yeah, it is scary times that we in. Yeah. Still play his videos to this day in my Wilder voice. To this day. Spain Smith, that's real. Sin always talked about getting away from you ninjas. I'm trying to be put up. RPC. Yeah, that's real. Tony Wick said, nah, that's not crazy. God knew what he was doing. Trust that he's in a better place. Blessings to the brother, though, and may he rest peacefully. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. If I had a wish to, with the opportunity to bring bro back, I wouldn't. The selfish part of me would love that, but nah. Not the $13 dates though. CJ hey man. It was hard for me to believe until I came out here and was, talking to guys that be doing it every day. It's crazy. Seeing is believing. I believe it. Freeze really looking 21 again. Ha ha ha. Upper boss. Yeah, man. I keep telling y'all, man, I'm 21 to P. Forever 21 to P. You know, the store got the name from me. I was re-listening to King Knight's video classic as well. Then boom, Freeze came on. Haha, for sure. And I didn't tell y'all that at the time, but I'm only leaving those videos up on Bro's channel for a limited time. Then they gonna only be available on his Patreon. But what I'm gonna start doing, I think I'm gonna start doing that every so often. I'm just so people will be able to see those videos, for a limited time, make them available on YouTube. Bro had game and genius mind, but comedy skills of Richard Pryor. That's real. RP Sinful. His words are eternal and his catalog is underrated. I donated in that nice video. I'm one of Sin's true supporters, Mike Larry. Oh, for sure. I'm already knowing RIP Sinful. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm already knowing you've been around. You know what's up. Sinful was amazing. In scriptural verse. Yeah, that's real. Lojo said, I didn't know the history between False Alert and Maroy. I thought he just hated on you and Sinful. Oh, no. He hated Charm, Silky Slim, G-Gov, Maroy, Lace, Ken, and Ken tried to justify teaming up with him. Yeah, he didn't hate on a lot of more people than that, man. Those are just the most notable people that you named that he hated on, man. But, yeah, man, it all began with Charm, though. Him and Charm used to be cool, and then they fell out with each other. And ever since then, he just had a vendetta towards the game. Spain Smith said, can you post a video when y'all threw eggs on the broad? I don't know if that's really YouTube friendly, man. YouTube be on some bullshit. They barely be trying to let Bro channel breathe as it is, man. I don't want to push it, I don't want to push it, man. Right, upper boss, nah, he was hating on everybody. Everybody in the game, especially if you had any kind of likability, if you was like a person in the game that people liked and respected, oh yeah, he coming for you. That's all you got to do. If you fly, charismatic, got a mouthpiece personality, you funny, talented in some type of way, that's all you got to do is be that, and he coming for you. He coming for you if you that, for sure. Right. Like ebook said, Bro went from being pimp stan to pimp hater, kind of like the the villain of The Incredibles. Yeah, he hated because he couldn't be a pimp. That's what it is. And once he for a while he thought he was one of us because he created a platform for us that we all utilize and respected him based on that. But when he got into it with Charm, it's like that was kind of like maybe a wake up call for him, I guess, to realize that he wasn't one of us like he might have thought he was. And he just been on a rampage ever since. I don't know what he's doing now. He been quiet. Hopefully he stay quiet. At least in my world, I don't know if he still talking shit, trying to stir up bullshit. But he's out of sight, out of mind with me nowadays. Hopefully he stay like that. Nah, the one chick with the Jodeci boots. Yeah, bro got so many classics. That's another one. Shit, I'm looking closer to 21 every day. Glory to God, though. For sure. I know that's right, man. CJ, yeah, man. You know, we got to take care of ourselves. Then the beautiful thing is black don't crack, you dig? You know, so if we take care of ourselves, yes, sir. That's all we got to do. I was just locked up with a dude from Hawaii who was telling me he remembers seeing Charm when he was a kid in that baby blue Bentley, I believe it was. Yeah, yeah, Charm was in Hawaii having his way for sure. Yeah, man. He beefed with Sharp briefly. Yeah, yeah, that's another one he came at for a second. Sharp, Kenny Red. You know, he was, of course, your boy, the goat. He was getting at the goat. Then the goat tried to, be cool with him. Then he, him and the goat got a love and hate relationship. You know what I mean? One day they love each other, the next day they hate each other. Man, I don't know what's up with them dudes, man. Whatever happened to Pimpin' Clyde? I ain't heard about him since you and him had a pimp off on 27. I don't know, man. I don't know what's up with him. I ain't heard nothing good or bad. He like he's another person that's out of sight, out of mind these days. Right, Devin Butchie Knox says you don't treat yourself like a trash can. That's why you look how you supposed to. For real, definitely can't treat yourself like a trash can, man. How do you? Did he do it or not? Or did he do it or did he not? Says how you feel about Jay Diggs going down? He was having his way in Hawaii too. Yeah, man, that's some bullshit they hit with Jay Diggs, man. At least the little bit that I know about it, I think he doing. They gave him that time over some weed, which weed is pretty much damn near legal everywhere now in America, man. To do that, yeah, they did. Jay Diggs got railroaded, man. Hopefully he figures out a way to get out of there sooner than what they sentenced him to. Damn, I keep kicking this damn thing. Lojo says you got the Amazing Lives of Simp and Lies video series. I think I can get that. I think I can get that. Upper Boss says I met Charm in Vegas. He was four deep with all snows in that white Hummer telling me to follow him to AZ. Yeah, good old Charm, man. Rest in peace of Charm, man. He was definitely a pleasure to be around and chop it up with. Charm was good. Sinful did a whole lot of 3 hour roasts between G Gov and Sharp and their secret wives and ties to Jokes Alert. Yeah, yeah, that was right up Bro's alley to do that, to give rebuking services, man. J Diggs situation is fucked up. They set him up. Yeah, man. Yeah, I don't like the way they did J Diggs, man. That shit ain't cool, man. Especially him, he got a lot of kids that he take care of, man. And I don't know Jay Diggs personally, but it seems like he's a good father, good provider for his family. And I hate to see that type of shit, man, when somebody is a good provider for their family and they loved ones and they making a way for different people and shit like that, creating opportunities and all that. And then and then they get snatched up on some fluke shit like that, man. That's I just hate to see that shit. Let alone some weed. That's crazy. Yeah, man. Oh, Upper Boss, you from Portland too? That's right. Dig that. Yeah, man. Portland done produced a lot of legendary ladies and gentlemen in the game, man. I got a lot of love for Portland, for real. Got a lot of loved ones from Portland. I got a lot of love for the city of Portland. Yeah, shout out to Portland. They still ban people for about weed down south though. Yeah, Tony Wick, that's real. Speaking of the South, I was amazed. I was astonished when I learned that Mississippi was gonna legalize marijuana and make it recreational down there. I was because on one hand I was amazed, but then on the other hand I understood it and it made sense to me because Mississippi historically is like always been one of the poorest states in the U.S. in the Union. So yeah, I was kind of shocked when Mississippi did that, but I don't know. Now that Mississippi did it, man, maybe some of the other states on the Bible Belt might follow suit because some of them places don't like at least in New Orleans, even though you can't marijuana is still illegal in Louisiana too, but I know in New Orleans, man, the police don't really be tripping on weed like that. You probably got your assholes to be on bullshit sometimes, but for the most part, from what I've seen, I done seen the police like on Bourbon Street just tell people like, man, take that shit to the side street. Don't be on Bourbon with that, or get off Canal with that, man. Go to one of the side streets and do that shit. You know, when they really could book somebody for that shit. So Texas, well, I can't speak for lately, but I know Texas can and will be on some bullshit about that weed. I don't know about nowadays, but back in the days, yeah, I done had some bullshit experiences in Texas. Upper Boss says we got a lot of love for Long Beach too. Dig that, man. Yes, sir, man. Long Beach and PO, LBC and PO, we connected, man. J Hud, what's up with it, man? Freeze, I see you. I'm tapped in. Dig that. Appreciate you. Did he do it or did he not? Says, how you feel about Snooki coming home? Streets being quiet. Laugh out loud. I mean, I don't really feel no way good or bad about it. He had a date, so people knew he was gonna get out eventually. Yeah, he been in the halfway house for a little minute. I don't know if he's still in the halfway house or if he's out, but he's not in prison no more. I know that. CJ says, bro is an excellent father and made a way for a lot of brothers to put their music out. Free J Diggs. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, man. I hate when somebody like that go down, man. That shit just ain't cool. Jay Diggs, he seemed like he a real good dude, man. Real solid. They have vape shops everywhere in Texas. Yeah. Hey man, even though I don't smoke cigarettes, I did take notice to the price of cigarettes down here, man. Hey, they got packs of cigarettes down here for $1. Now I don't know what kind of cigarettes those are, but I've seen cigarettes $1 a pack, $2 a pack, so on and so forth. But they got packs of cigarettes down here for the low. Now the dollar cigarettes, they probably ain't the best, but they got them down here though. You can get a pack of cigarettes for $1 for sure. Tony Wicks say Florida a whole different story because depending on where you at, it'll go different ways. In Tampa/Miami, they let you walk on by. Don't let you be in Pasco or Polk. That's your ass. Oh, for sure, Polk. I'm already knowing Jacksonville, boy. Yeah, they gonna hang you. Jacksonville, boy, they historically have railroaded so many people. Hey, Freeze, you got about a 23-inch bicep? Nah, not right now. I done lost a little bit of size. So when I first left the States, when I went to Costa Rica, I was at about an 18 and a half, man, pushing up on that 19. But I done chopped it down, so I done lost a little bit of muscle mass, but it's coming back though. I'm back on my way back. I ain't too far off. Especially in Vegas, we really tapped in. Yes, sir. Yeah, Vegas, that's, like both our playgrounds. Cigarettes in Texas, 9 and some change for a pack. Shit, y'all doing good. I know California, New York, them joints is expensive. Shit, even Arizona, I think in Arizona, a pack of Newports is like $11 or something like that. Shit, I think California and New York, especially New York, I think they paying like $15 a pack for sure. Somebody in the chat probably could let me know if I'm right or wrong. But I'm pretty sure in New York, for a pack of Newports, they paying like $15 or something close to it. Shit crazy. But, I don't know about New York, but I know in a lot of other places in the States, vaping has become more popular. Like, it's like a generation of people that's coming in now. Like my era wasn't no vape, so everybody was smoking cigarettes. But this generation of young people now, people that's like teenagers, high school, on up to their early 20s, a lot of them is vaping because that's what they growing up in. They growing up in the era of vaping. So I see a lot more young people vaping than smoking cigarettes. Here in Colombia, I see a lot more people smoking cigarettes, younger and older. And you see people vaping out here, but it's not very common. I don't know if it's because the vapes are expensive for the locals. I don't know. I don't know if the vapes is expensive or not. And I don't know if that's the reason why vaping is not as popular out here. But, that's one thing that kind of like made me realize how popular vaping is in the States, because down here in Colombia, you see a lot more people smoking cigarettes, young and old. So it's just a trip. Like, you don't really see a lot of people vaping out here. Every once in a while you will, but it's not very common. They do vape out here though. They got vapes and shit, but it's not very common. Right, like Bill say, 15 definitely possible. I don't smoke, but I remember eons ago, cigarettes were $10 a pack. And that was 20 plus years ago. Right, Bill, for sure. I remember that too. I remember in the early 2000s in New York, like 2002, 2003, cigarettes was $10 a pack back then. If I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, I think they was like $10 a pack back then. So now, yeah, I can see 15 for sure. Older folks vaping and smoking in the U.S. Yeah, with the older people, it's kind of like, a dice roll. But in the U.S., you don't really see a whole lot of young people smoking cigarettes nowadays. But down here, you see a whole lot of young people smoking and, You don't really see vaping as much, nearly as much. Jay Hud says, Freeze, has really changed in Las Vegas. Casinos are closing and money not flowing like it used to. Yeah, man, Vegas gonna have to make some changes because they did a lot of shit to fuck up their appeal. Things that attracted people to Vegas, they done took a lot of that shit away. You know, free the paying for parking, that's one of the most terrible things they could have did. One of many things they done did. The paying for parking, terrible. They need to take that shit away immediately. Especially now, like you said, they closing casinos and shit. Every casino in Vegas need to make free parking again. They need to make the parking free again. And then they took away the buffets and the cheap restaurants and shit like that. You know, it's like the thing about Vegas was because people was gonna gamble and contribute so much money to the establishments out there through gambling, that made everything else, cheaper. Hotel rooms was cheap, restaurants was cheap, parking was free. It's like you could go out there and everything is either cheap or free because they're making so much money from the gambling. But now it's like they done got so greedy. They trying to make money off. They trying to beat you upside the head, not only with the gambling, but with the parking, the restaurants, the hotels. Got a million different fees: a city tax, a state tax, a county tax, a resort fee, a resort on top of the resort fee, a level 1 resort fee, level 2 resort. It's just they done got out of hand, man. So and then on top of that, at the same time, like I said, people are struggling financially more than they ever have. So, see now, Vegas right now is probably only really a rich man's playground. And while they do make a lot of money off of rich people, I'm pretty sure that they make way more money off of common people. People that might go in there and gamble with $100 or a few $100s or something like that. I'm pretty sure Vegas makes more money off of that as a whole than the high rollers because it's way more common people than there are high rollers. So now you done made it where common people can't even go and lose their little money because it costs them too much money just to go and lose some money. They gonna spend $1,000 before they could lose $100 or $200 before they even make it to the gambling floor. They done already spent $1,000 on their hotel, restaurants, parking, and all this shit. You know what I mean? So now that it's only, it only makes sense for high rollers to go there. You done knocked out the little man, and the little man is who you thrive off of. So, yeah, Vegas definitely they need to come together and figure something out because and then, that's the thing I think that has happened too, man. The mob ain't running Vegas like they used to. I don't think the mob got nearly the control that they used to have in Vegas. When the mob was running Vegas, the mob had that shit figured out. They knew how to do that shit right. But now you got all these big corporations and shit like that. They messed a lot of shit up, man. Tony Wick said Desert Hills Motel was $35 up until the end of this year, from what I heard. Hey, Tony Wick, that is the very first place that I ever stayed at in Vegas. Was the Desert Hills Motel, man. And I remember that shit I remember when it was like $20 or $25. I want to say it was like when I first stayed back in 07, It was like $20 or something like that. It was dirt cheap. You know what I mean? A lot of pimps done lived in that hotel, man. But that's the first place I ever went to because my partner Julian J, rest in peace, man. Julian J used to stay there. So when I came to town, Julian J was already familiar with Vegas. I'm fresh out there. I don't really know. I'm fresh off parole, and I don't really know a whole lot of Vegas before, but it had been years since I've been there. You know what I mean? And I wasn't really to begin with anyway. So, Julian J was already staying there. So when I came to Vegas, I pulled up over there, got me a room over there. That's the first place I ever stayed at in Vegas was the Desert Hills Motel. And that's crazy to know that it was still $35 up until now. I remember I used to go see Sputnik, man. That reminded me of Sputnik, man. Another rest in peace, man. Sputnik was a cool dude, man. Sputnik used to have me dying. Man, y'all think Sinful a comedian too, but Sputnik used to have us dying laughing, man. Like, Spud was hilarious, but I remember Spud was living at the Desert Hills Motel, man. I used to go pull up on Spud. He'll have all his gaiters and his cowboy boots lined up on one wall. You know what I mean? Have all his gear hanging up. You know what I mean? He had his little manicure, pedicure kit up in there, man. See, that's just pimp shit, man. See, it's man, it's an era of guys, man. It's really the last of a dying breed, man. It ain't that many of them left, man. But for those of y'all that are able to rub elbows with certain vets, that was active in the 70s, man, it's a real treat, man. It's a lot of guys that come from that era that's gone now that I really miss dearly, man. So whenever you get the opportunity to rub elbows with them dudes, man, you gotta really cherish that shit, man, because a lot of them guys is gone, man. There ain't that many of them left. Right, corporate don't know what to do with Vegas. That's what messed it up. The corporate greed. The mob had that shit. They really need to give it back to the mob. They need to just let the mob have that shit back. Cut them back in some type of way or something shit. Kendall 5458 says, Freeze, what you think about sending the bitch to check other cash, something legal other than prostitution in 2026? I mean, it's 2026, man. It's a lot of ways to skin a cat nowadays, so hey, I ain't mad at it. Freeze, in my opinion, everyone has gone online and going virtual. The dealers have lost their jobs in the casinos. It's a lot of people doing that, but that's not what's hurting Vegas, though. The gambling is not what's hurting Vegas. What's hurting Vegas is the greed. Like I said, they took away the appeal. What attracted a lot of people to Vegas, that shit is gone. They done took that shit away. So, you know, Greg V8H says, can we talk Rich Pimps, Molly Mall, Wheelchair Mike, BH, H Rider? Molly Mall, no. Molly Mall was working with them peoples, and yeah, Molly Mall ain't cool, man. Molly Mall is Molly Mall is a federale, man. He ain't cool. Uh, the other guys that you mentioned, I don't really want to get into their business. One, I don't know a whole lot about their business. I know who they are, but I don't want to get into their business though. People that's either deceased or retired, older and no longer active, they cool to speak on, but yeah, I'd rather not get into that. But shout out to them guys though. Brandon says, "May you receive all the blessings in 2026, Freeze. Wish you nothing but the best, but the damn best." Appreciate you, Brandon. Likewise to you as well. I wish you the best as well, man. Appreciate that for real. Upper Boss says it will never be the same. Yeah, I hate to say it, but I don't see it either, man. Right, Molly Mall wasn't the pimping, man. And not only was, even in spite of him working with the people, he wasn't the pimping, you know. See, that's the thing, man. When you a platinum record producer and all that type of shit, and you got a whole bunch of money from that, it ain't nothing to convince, some bras to hand it over to you, especially if you in Vegas. You know what I mean? That's like Floyd Mayweather, man. If Floyd Mayweather got pimping, man, he'll have every bitch in Vegas, and shit, he'll probably be making billions off of the game. You know what I mean? Without an ounce of game. But speaking of greed, I never went to a strip club, but I heard the strip club was taxing. I don't think that joint, Floyd's strip club ain't open no more, is it? But I heard when it was he was taxing, like, to get in and for the drinks and just for everything. It was just like super expensive. The only pimp I trust to give judgment. Abdul Grundy, for real though. Dig that. Appreciate you, man. But yeah, man, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this thing on up. Let me hydrate my game one more time. As always, I appreciate y'all for tuning in and tapping in with a pimp. I appreciate all the comments, questions, input, jokes, feedback, all that good stuff. I appreciate you for sharing this video. I appreciate you for subscribing and hitting the bell when you subscribe. I appreciate all the super chats, the cash apps, the PayPals. I appreciate your support in every which way that you comes with it, man. Y'all already know who it is and what it is. Freezes it. If you out in traffic moving around, please do so in a safe fashion. And of course, with the big old glass, you dig, for some big old pimping. Long live the incomparable Sinful to P. We out.